A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
From Palm Springs, California, the Jack Benny program with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're broadcasting from Palm Springs, California. This being such a romantic spot, I'd like to make the opening introduction with a little poem.
A poem?
Nestled in the hills, far away from care, is a place we go to breathe the desert air. And there, out by the pool, far from strife and toil, is our blue-eyed star selling suntan oil. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, since we're in a poetic mood, I've written a poem for you, too.
Oh, you have?
Yes. I did not like your jingle, and if one more joke you tell, it's Bon Voyage, Don Wilson, and Welcome Home, Von Zell. So let's not have any more of your poems, eh, Henry Wadsworth, fat fellow?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. If you get fresh with me, I'll follow you around all day and keep you in the shade.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, it's sure good to get back to Palm Springs, isn't it, Don?
Ah, yes, Jack. I always have a wonderful time here.
I do, too, particularly because a fellow can have such privacy here. You know, Don, yesterday I passed a big crowd in front of the drugstore, and not one person turned around or even bothered to look at me.
Really? Well, Jack, why was there such a crowd gathered?
They were getting Eddie Cantor's autograph. Imagine.
But, Jack, if you say people here have so much privacy, why did they ask Eddie Cantor for his autograph?
They didn't ask him.
They didn't?
No. Don, when a man stops you on the street, sings 2 choruses of Ida, then stamps his name on your forehead, there's nothing you can do about it. What an eager beaver.
Ah, Jack, you're just mad at Eddie because he beat you on the golf course yesterday.
Sure, but he wouldn't have beaten me if he'd have played fair.
Fair?
Yes, imagine this, Don. When we both got on the last green, just as I was getting ready to putt, he put down a dime to mark his ball.
What's wrong with that?
He divided my point of interest. Then when I missed the putt, I got so mad I took a swing at the dime and sliced it right into my pocket. The first hole in one I ever made. Anyway, Don, I'm glad you mentioned golf because tonight our program is dedicated to the formal opening of the new Tamarisk Country Club here in Palm Springs. And it's really one of the most beautiful
pardon me, but does this dull twosome mind if a funny man plays through?
Oh, hiya, folks. Well, look who's here, Sir Thomas Beecham. Say, Phil, Don and I were just talking about Tamarisk, the beautiful new golf course. Since you're such a good golfer, Phil, you'll love it.
Yeah, I know, Jackson. I played in the tournament out there yesterday. It is. It's a great course.
I thought I saw you out there yesterday, Phil. You were playing with some of your musicians, weren't you?
No.
Well, I saw Remley, Sammy, and Fletcher going around the course with you.
Yeah, but they weren't playing. Remley was carrying my bag.
Well, what was Sammy doing?
He was carrying Remley.
Well, what was Fletcher doing?
He was carrying the stuff that made it necessary for Sammy to carry Remley.
Oh, yes, Remley is your handicap.
He ain't no water hazard.
I know.
Hey, Jackson, how about you and me playing out at Tamarisk someday?
Okay, Phil, maybe we can make a match.
Yeah, what do you usually go around then?
Well, my handicap is... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Don, watch me get him this time. Phil, ask me that again, will you?
Ask you what again?
What do you usually go around in?
Shorts or slacks, depending on the weather. be carrying Remley, but you're carrying this program.
Phil, if that joke is carrying the program, I'd rather dragged a little bit. Anyway, I'll play golf with you anytime you want to.
Okay, Jackson, how much you want to bet?
I don't want to bet anything. All I want you to do is every time we get on the green, mark your ball with a dime.
A dime? Why?
I got a slice that'll make me a fortune. Say, Don, if you like to play a tamara sometime, I'll get you...
Hey, Jackson, I heard you and Don reciting poetry before.
So what?
Hey, I got one that's a fifth.
A poem?
Yeah. It's about the weather that we had yesterday. Listen to this. I was getting some sun. Then I went inside, 'cause the little white cloud sat down and cried.
Isn't that cute? That's very cute. Well, that was pretty good, you know. I expected some... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, Dennis, I hope you're having as much fun in Palm Springs as we are.
I sure am, but boy, am I tired.
Tired? What have you been doing?
Well, last night I went to the movies and I had to stand for 2 hours.
That crowded, huh?
No, there was plenty of room.
Then why'd you have to stand in the movies?
I went to a drive-in and I didn't have a car.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. How did you get into a drive-in without a car?
Oh, I was carrying an umbrella and they thought I was a convertible.
Oh, stop being silly. What's that on your nose?
A windshield wiper.
What? Now cut that out! Windshield wiper. I suppose that thing on your forehead is your license number.
No, Eddie can't his autograph.
Oh, yeah. Now, Dennis, stop being silly and answer me. Are you having a good time?
Oh, I'll say. Friday night I went to the Chi-Chi and saw Sally Rand. I never laughed so hard in all my life.
You know, Don, the weather here has been so beautiful today. I think
Wait a minute, hold it. Let's go back here a minute. Look, didn't you listen to what this kid just said?
I listened to it, heard it, and ignored it.
Well, I ain't going to ignore it. Dennis, you went to the Chi-Chi and saw Sally Rand's act?
Uh-huh.
The Sally Rand?
Uh-huh.
And when you finally saw Sally Rand's act, you, laughed?
Yeah, I was sitting up so close those fans tickled.
Don't look to me for sympathy, Bill. Years of experience have taught me that the only way to get along with Dennis have nothing more to do with him than is necessary. Like this, for instance. Now, Dennis, we're doing a program and you have to do a song.
Yes, sir.
What song are you going to sing?
The date boats are coming.
You mean shrimp boats?
This is Palm Springs, bud.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and sing.
When I say
Mistake, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Phil Harris and his stumbling tumbleweed orchestra. And now, folks...
Hold it, Melvin. Just a minute. Just slow up a minute.
Huh?
I mean, look, I don't mind so much when we're at home, but when we're out of town, let's don't be making insulting remarks about the orchestra, huh?
Well, Phil, I got a right to make comments about your band. After all, who's the star of this show?
Well, when I see my paycheck, I know it ain't me.
Oh, stop complaining.
I'm not complaining, Jackson. It's just that I'd like to pay income tax like everybody else. But they don't even think I'm a citizen.
Phil, the only reason people don't think you're a citizen is because with that bottle of Lord Calvert in your hand all the time, you look like an Englishman. Such a long line for such a little laugh. So don't argue with me about money, salary, or... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, it's certainly nice seeing you. What are you doing here in Palm Springs?
Oh, I just came down for a little visit.
Oh, good. Where are you living?
At the Hacienda Paseo de la Sal.
The Hacienda Paseo de la Sal?
Sal is my brother-in-law.
Oh, he's married to your sister?
Yeah, her name is Hacienda.
Well, what about Paseo?
He's a silent partner.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, Mr. Kitzel, is your wife is here with you?
Yes, and we having fun. We go swimming, we play tennis, and you know, this morning my wife rented a bicycle built for two.
Oh, and you both went for a ride, huh?
No, just her.
Then why did she get a bicycle built for two?
Believe me, she can use it.
Mr. Kitzel, you mean your wife is on the heavy side?
If it was only on the side, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, well, what's the difference? As long as you're in love with her, Mr. Kitzel, that's all that matters.
That's what I keep telling myself. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
So long, Mr. Kitzel. Thanks for dropping in. I'll get it. Hello?
I have a long-distance call for Jack Benny.
This is Jack Benny.
It's collect. Hello? Hello?
I'm here. A collect call, huh? Operator, find out who's calling.
Just a moment. Mr. Benny will not accept the charges till he knows who's calling.
Tell him it's Lana Turner.
Rochester. Rochester, I thought you'd be down here by now. Where are you calling from?
From Pomona.
Pomona? What'd you stop there for?
I got a flat tire.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, that's good. It was laying in the road, and it's better than the one we had on.
Oh.
If I find 3 more, I'll be there by morning.
Well, you better be here by morning. I'm going to play golf, and I want you to caddy for me.
Oh, boss, I hate to caddy for you at Palm Springs.
Stop complaining. Tamarisk is a very level course. There's nothing tough about it.
Nothing for you, but how about me? I have to carry a golf bag, 12 clubs, a basket of sandwiches, a gallon of lemonade, a first aid kit, a parasol.
So what?
You don't need a caddy, you need a burro.
Oh, Rochester, you don't carry so much.
I don't. Remember what happened last time I went out loaded down like that?
What happened?
An old prospector tied a rope around my neck and led me off into the mountains.
Why'd you go with him?
I couldn't see where I was until he unloaded me.
Well, stop making things up. Anyway, I'm going to play golf in the morning, and I want you to caddy.
Okay, I'll do it, but do me a favor this time, will you?
What is it?
If we lose a ball, let's forget it. Those bloodhounds are hard to handle.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the opening of Palm Springs' newest golf course, Tamarisk, We are going to
Jack, before we go any further, I must tell you something, and I know you're going to be surprised.
Surprise? What is it, Don?
There's a friend of yours who also belongs to Tamarisk, and he'd like to come on and say a few words.
A friend of mine? Is it Mr. Anderson, the president of Tamarisk?
No.
Well, is it Ben Hogan, the pro at Tamarisk?
No.
Well, who is it?
Danny Kaye. Come on in, Danny.
Danny Kaye. Well, hello, Danny.
Hello, Zigbani.
But, Danny, this is such a surprise coming right out on my program. It's...
Oh, stop stuttering. I'm not going to charge you for it.
Oh.
Now, Jack, the reason I'm here is, well, because every time you come to Palm Springs, you always do an informal show. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Well, some of the boys at the club cooked up an idea that I'm sure you're going to like.
What is it?
Well, we decided to form a quartet and sing the song you wrote.
My song?
Mm-hmm.
When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you.
Suddenly I'm sick. What? Oh, anyway, Jack, the other three fellas are out outside. Can I call them in?
Three fellas, who are they?
Yeah, well, Frank Sinatra, George Burns, and Groucho Marx. Come on out, fellas.
Well, George, Frankie, and Groucho. Hello, fellas.
Hello.
Hello, that's brilliant dialogue.
Well, welcome to the show, fellas, and if you say the magic word, you get a bottle of suntan oil.
Say, Jack, that reminds me. Jack?
What?
That reminds me.
Huh?
That bottle of suntan oil you sold me was much too greasy, and boy, was I embarrassed.
Why? What happened?
Well, yesterday when I put some on, I slipped right out of my suit.
No kidding.
Look, fellas, I came here to sing, so let's do it and get it over with, okay?
Okay.
When I say I beg your pardon.
Hold it.
When I say... Groucho, that's me.
I may sing lousy, but I'm grammatically correct.
I'm sorry.
I'm Groucho.
Now, look, fellas.
Fellas, come on now. Let's sing Jack's song.
And, fellas, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your coming over to do it. No one but real friends, real pals would give up a Sunday afternoon just to come over here and do this wonderful
Jack.
song. What?
Shut up.
Oh.
All right, fellas, let's take it.
Now, what key we're going to sing it in, Danny? It'll help if we all take different ones.
Look, boy. All right, fellas, let's go. Can we have a nice introduction, please?
When I say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you.
When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return.
Like the swallows at Serrano, return to Capistrano. For you, my heart will always yearn. Will always When you say that you are sorry, then I will understand. If the harvest moon will pledge our love, and now, honey child, don't be listening to anybody else. Yes, we're falling, going back to whence we started, and sweetheart, I'll come back to you. When I say a big party, and then I'll come back to you.
darling, though we've parted, come back to whence we've started.
And sweetheart, I'll come back too. Sweetheart, I'll come back too. Sweetheart, I'll come back
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
He had a little old farm on which he kept a little old jug way down at the bottom of the well. Happy had a whittling stick, his little old dog, and his little old cane, and he'd go for a slug from the jug at the bottom of the well. Happy wasn't country born, no, he wasn't no greenhorn, but he couldn't thrive on big town jive, 'cause he always took to corn. When Pappy had some cares to drown, he'd lift his jug and they'd go down, down to the bottom, to the bottom, to the bottom of the well. He wasn't sound of limb, he had his jug and his jug had him, and he kept it cool on the pool at the bottom of the well. Happy was as poor as job, but he gathered his nectar off the cob, and he kept it snug in the jug at the bottom of the well. Happy was no jitterbug, no, he couldn't cut a rug, but he got more jazz than Dorsey has from his little old cornet jug. That little old jug kept Pappy happy, and when he died, they buried Pappy down at the bottom, at the bottom, at the bottom of the well. Pappy died without a sou, we don't mind that. What did he do with that little old jug that he kept on the bottom, the bottom, the bottom, the cool, cool bottom, kept on the bottom of the well? Good night, folks.
Speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. With Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take you out to Jack's house. He is just finishing dressing.
There, I'm almost through. Get me my shirt, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Do you want that solid gold cufflink you got from Mr. Ronald Coleman last Christmas?
Wait a minute, Rochester. Mr. Coleman only gave me one cufflink?
He didn't give it to you. He swung at you and it fell out of his shirt.
Oh, yes. If Benita hadn't grabbed them, I'd have had them both. Rochester, get my other cufflinks out of the bureau.
Yes, sir. What drawer do you keep them in, boss?
Well, you ought to know. You put them away most of the time.
Yeah, but you keep putting all kinds of junk in your dresser. Well, let's try this top drawer. Nope. There's just socks in here, a couple of handkerchiefs, and what's this?
Let me see that. Oh, for heaven's sake. I forgot to return it when I left New York. It's the key to my room at the Acme Plaza. I don't know why they gave me a key. My room didn't have a door on it. No wonder they call it New York's friendliest hotel. Now, see if you can find those cufflinks.
Okay, I'll try this drawer here. No, nothing but shirts here. Nothing in this drawer but underwear.
Hey, maybe I threw those cufflinks in with my underwear.
I'll flip the flap and see.
Well, hurry up and find them. Miss Livingston's waiting in the den for me. She's going to drive me to the studio for my TV show.
Oh, they weren't in there. I'll try the bottom drawer.
Oh, Mary, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, Jack. Hello?
Hell, I was expecting a shrimp boat and I got the dream boat.
Is that you, Phil?
This ain't no phone call from a stranger. Hey, by the way, Livy, Alice and me had a couple of people over at the house Friday night and we called you, but you were out.
I know. Jack took me to the movies.
Jackson took you to the movies?
Uh-huh.
Passes Dutch, or do we have an item for Ripley?
No, Phil. He really took me. Do you want to talk to Jack?
Yeah.
Well, here he comes now.
Who is it, Mary?
Remley Straight Man.
Oh, I'll talk to him. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right, Phil. I guess I'm a little nervous about my television show tonight.
Well, why don't you do what I do to calm down?
What's that?
I have two of my musicians go around with me, and every time I feel a little nervous, one of them gives me a drink of bourbon.
Oh. What's the other guy for?
He's there to make me nervous.
Oh, stop. Oh, what'd you call for?
Hey, look, Jackson, I've been thinking of making some changes in my band.
Well, good.
Hey, you know, it's good. You don't even know what I want to do.
Phil, any change you make in your orchestra, even if it's only their socks and shirts, will be an improvement. You want to know something, Phil? Your musicians could play 5 numbers and still stump the experts on What's My Line. Now what is it you want to do with your band?
Well, for the past few years, Bagby, my piano player, has been on the left side of my orchestra, and I've been thinking of moving him over to the right side.
Why?
Because that's where the piano is.
Well, try it, Phil. It may not sound good, but it'll look better. Anything else, Phil?
No, so long, Jackson.
Goodbye. You know, Mary, I can't understand it. I took you to the movies. Everybody's making a big thing out of it.
I can't understand it either. We were walking down the street, you found a $5 bill, and you certainly can do what you want with it.
Of course. Everybody has...
Excuse me, Mr. Billy.
What is it, Rochester?
Mr. Wilson's at the back door and he wants to see you.
Don Wilson at the back door? Excuse me a minute, Mary. What can he want at the back door? It's funny, of all places, Don. Come in from... Don!
Hello, Jack.
For heaven's sake, why...
Why did you come to the back door?
Well, Jack, all the way over here, I've even walked through the alleys. I don't want people to see me.
But why?
Because today we do another television show, and I just can't help feeling ashamed and upset about the mistake I made on your last one.
But, Don, that was 6 weeks ago.
I know, but how could I ever have said be lucky, go happy instead of be happy, go lucky? It was so humiliating.
Look, Don.
I felt so ashamed I went home and sobbed for hours.
I know, Don, but...
I just couldn't stop the tears. What an embarrassing thing to happen to a man of my dignity.
Look, Don. Little fat crowd that cried. I bet I got one of the biggest laughs tonight. Now stop worrying about it. Don, I'm sure you won't make that mistake again.
Jack, what did Don want?
Well, he's still worried about the mistake.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, I didn't know you were here.
I just came over to wish you luck on your TV show.
Oh, thanks, kid.
Are you going to have any guest stars?
Yes, I'm going to have Burns and Allen.
Say, that ought to be funny. He's my favorite comedian.
George Burns?
Oh, Fred Allen.
Look, Dennis, I'm talking about Gracie Allen, not Fred, Gracie Allen. That's George Burns' wife.
Oh. Say, Mr. Benny, I just thought of something.
What?
I wish you'd get married.
You do? Why?
I'd like to hit you with an old shoe.
Dennis, leave me alone. Will you leave me alone?
Jack, don't upset yourself. Why don't you ignore him?
Yeah, ignore me.
Dennis, let me ask you something. What's come over you lately?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, for a couple of years up to last June, you were acting pretty fresh. Since then, you've been very nice and polite. Just lately, you started in acting smart aleck. What happened?
I've got 2 shows again.
I know, but you still got a job to do on my show. Let me hear the song you're going to sing, will you?
Okay, okay. Clancy was a peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was a fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, just shooting off his gun. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, "O'Leary, look out!" Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. Now Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, "For goodness sakes, now do I smell perfume?" Before you could stack your shoe in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. The neighbors all turned out for Kate O'Grady's wedding night. McDougal said, "Let's have some fun. I think I'll start a fight." He wrecked the hall, then kissed the bride and pulverized the groom. Then quick as a wink, before you could think, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. This was the greatest night you ever did see when Clancy lowered the boom there.
Dennis, that song is still wonderful, and there's nothing I would like more than to hear you sing another one, but I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye.
Why, are you leaving?
No, you are. Goodbye.
Jack. You didn't have to push him.
Mary, sometimes that kid drives me nuts.
But look, Jack, don't pay any attention to him.
Look, how can I help it? Last Monday, I was awakened out of a sound sleep by the telephone. When I answered it was Dennis. He wanted to know what time it was. I said, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. He said, well, this is no time to call anybody, and hung up. You tell me not to pay any attention to him.
Well, Jack, forget about it. You always get yourself all worked up.
I know, but I got a TV show to do tonight. He has to come in and make me nervous.
Look, Jack, he's gone now, so why don't you go to your room and take a nap? I'll wake you up when you have to go to the studio.
Okay, Mary. What'll you do?
Oh, I'll stay here in the library and read a book.
Okay. But don't let me sleep too long, will you?
Oh, I won't. Go ahead, Jack. Gee, Jack is certainly on edge today. Well, maybe the nap will do him good. Let's see, what book can I read? Oh, gosh, Jack has a lot of them. Let's see. Oh, here's one. How to Make Money Raising Soybeans. Oh, here's another one. How to Make Money Selling Homemade Blintzes. Here's another one. How to Make Money Trapping Lizards. What's this? How to spend money and enjoy it. I'll bet that little gem never saw the light of day. Oh, here's one I've never seen before. My Career as a Hospital Nurse. I think I'll read this. My Career as a Hospital Nurse, Chapter 1. I am one of the legion of women who have been called Angels of Mercy. I am a nurse. My name is Aura Meissen. I worked at the admittance desk of the city hospital. And, like all nurses, I had a boyfriend. A young intern named Dr. Harris. My story begins about a year ago. It was a quiet day in the hospital.
Dr. Jones wanted in maternity. Dr. Jones wanted in maternity.
Hello, Aura.
Hello, Dr. Harris.
Would you do me a favor? Please send my stethoscope out and have it fixed.
Well, certainly. What's wrong with it?
I don't know. I keep hearing Guy Lombardo.
I'll take care of it for you, Doctor.
Thank you. And by the way, Aura, would you mind if we postponed our date for the movies until tomorrow?
No, not at all. But why?
Well, I'm terribly tired. I was up all night in the emergency ward treating a bunch of drunks.
Really?
Yes. Oh, why must people drink like that?
It is a shame.
Dr. Jones wanted in maternity. Dr. Jones, report to maternity immediately.
By the way, Dr. Harris, how's your patient in room 312?
He died.
Oh. Well, how about your patient in 419?
He died.
And what about the case you had in Ward 5?
Yep. Well, you'll have to excuse me now, Aura. I'm late.
For what?
I'm taking a course in embalming.
Dr. Jones, hurry to maternity. Dr. Jones, please hurry. Dr. Jones, please. Dr. Jones, you're a slowpoke.
Harris left, and even though he hadn't told me, I knew the real reason he hadn't taken me to the movies. He was spending his evenings doing research with a left-handed guitar player. Later that afternoon, I was still at the admittance desk when something happened that was to change the course of my whole life. He walked in.
Excuse me, nurse.
Yes, sir?
My family doctor sent me here for a consultation with your famous specialist, Dr. Heinrich von Schmiercase.
Very well, sir. I'll have to fill out this admittance card. Your name?
My name is James.
What's your last name?
James. My name is James James.
Where were you born?
Pango Pango.
Where do you live now?
Walla Walla.
What disease do you have?
Berry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an announcer on Double or Nothing.
I see. Now, how tall are you?
5'11".
Your weight?
158.
Color of eyes? Oh, they're blue, aren't they?
Bluer than the thumb of an Eskimo hitchhiker.
Now, have you been to any other specialists?
I've been to hundreds of them, but they never help me. I feel terrible.
Well, what are your symptoms?
I hear music, and there's no one there. I smell blossoms, and the trees are bare. And don't tell me I'm in love. I'm sick as a dog.
Oh. Now, just a moment while I fill this out.
Dr. Smith is wanted in the operating room. Dr. Mason is wanted in the consultation room. Dr. Ross is wanted in the kennel. Fido knows best what.
Very well, Mr. James. You may see Dr. von Schmiercase now, right through that door.
Thank you.
And you consider yourself fortunate. Dr. von Schmiercase is the world's greatest specialist in diagnosticians.
I know. I'll go in and see him. Gee, what a big office. Oh, that must be Dr. von Schmiercase over there in the corner. Must be getting to operate. He's putting on rubber gloves. Excuse me. I'm Mr. James, and I have berry. Please tell me. Please. What should I do? I don't know. Will you have to operate? I don't know. Will I live? I don't know. You don't know anything. What kind of a doctor are you? I ain't no doctor. Then why are you wearing those rubber gloves? I don't want to leave fingerprints. I'm robbing the joint. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. Where can I hear case? I don't know. Oh, never mind. I'll go find him myself. Here's his office. Dr. Heinrich von Schmiercase. Excuse me, Dr. von Schmiercase. I'm Mr. James.
Ach du Liebe, wie geht's, Landsmann? Was ist los?
Well, doctor,
Don't worry. First, please, the examination. Stick out, please, the tongue.
There.
Now, close, please, the eye.
There.
Good. Now, lift, please, the left foot off the floor and hold it up.
Okay.
Fine. Now, lift the right foot off the floor, too.
Okay.
Ooh. Ach, just as I thought, dizzy spell.
Well, doctor.
I'm afraid we will have to operate.
Operate? What are you going to take out?
Oh, don't worry. We'll think of something. We will operate early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
Why so early?
Incision before dawn. Oh, Dr. von Schmiercase, you may not be a sharpest, but you sure get corny. Now, don't worry, Mr. James.
You rang for me, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Have Dr. Harris prepare this man for surgery, and I will want you to assist me in the operation.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
As I prepared the patient for surgery, I noticed that he had his will tattooed on his chest. I was amazed when I read it. He left everything to himself. We were practically mostly ready for the operation when the patient began to get restless.
Nurse, where's Dr. Von Schmiercase?
He'll be here in just a minute. Dr. Harris now will get you ready for him.
Oh, nurse, hand me the anesthetic.
Anesthetic.
Cotton. Sponge. Alcohol. Chaser.
What's going on here?
Quiet. Here comes Dr. Von Schmiercase.
Hi-ho, it's off to work I go. Well, how's my little patient?
I'm nervous, doctor.
Oh, don't worry. Now I'll start. First, nurse, hand me, please, the iodine. I'll have to paint his stomach.
What are you painting on my stomach?
A smile. This operation is being televised.
That's very funny.
If you knew what a lousy doctor I was, you wouldn't be laughing. Now we will the operation commence. Nurse, hold the ether to his nose.
Well, I'm sorry, we have no ether.
Well, tighten his necktie.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's enough. He's starting to look like Eddie Cantor. Now I will operate. Now, all you interns, watch carefully so you will learn something. And please, no applause till the nurse holds up the card. Well, now I take the scalpel and make the first incision. There. Now, before I make the second incision, I would like to say a few words on behalf of my sponsor. My sponsor is the author and publisher of a book called How to Avoid Paying Income Tax. The price of this book is $200. For this money, we not only include a copy of the book, but we also send you fruit every visiting day. Now, back to the operation. I will make the second incision. There we are.
For heaven's sake, Doctor, I've never seen such a tremendous incision.
Yeah, and it's got me worried.
Why?
Where will we ever find a Band-Aid that long? Oh, well, I'll worry about that later.
Dr. Smith, come to the office and bring your bag. Dr. McDermott, come to the office and bring your bag. Dr. Wagner, come to the office and bring your bag. Train leaving on track 12. Azusa and Goop.
Even though all the doctors had gone to the Grape Festival, the operation was a success, and I sat by the patient till he recovered consciousness. When he did, he turned to me tenderly and said,
For heaven's sake, Mary, you let me sleep so long I'll be late for my television show.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I got so absorbed in this book.
Well, what am I going to do? Here we are in Beverly Hills. My TV program goes on in just 2 minutes.
Well, don't worry, Jack. Come on, we'll make it. Let's go. Well, here we are at CBS.
It's amazing what you can do with sound effects, isn't it? Come on, Mary, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, in about 1 minute from now, I will be doing my 4th television show of this season. I'm happy to say that on tonight's TV program, I'm having as my guests George Burns and Gracie Allen. In the profession, this is what we call a reciprocal agreement. You see, they come on my program this week, and all next month I do their laundry. But I'll be seeing you. Good night, folks.
Speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Folks, this is Phil. If you'll ask your neighbor, you'll hear him say that if you want the best, buy RCA.
That's right, Phil. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. It's big, better, more for your money, and here's why. RCA Victor's new picture pickup brings in the best possible reception. Pictures are clear, steady, and bright. And RCA Victor television is million-proof television, quality proven in over 2 million homes. Best of all, RCA Victor 19-inch television is yours for little more than what was once paid for 10-inch television. And remember this, only RCA Victor owners can buy the RCA Victor factory service contract for expert installation and maintenance. So ask your RCA Victor dealer to show you 19-inch television. It's available in a wide range of table models, consoles, and combination instruments. And by the way, here's a big RCA Victor record value. It's the new Singer Single Series, 54 all-time Tin Pan Alley tunes by 9 of America's brightest recording stars. For some time, Alice has been after Phil to join an exclusive country club. Phil has shown no interest. So a week ago, Alice took matters into her own hands and sent an application to the Beverly Hills Country Club. As we look in now, William has just arrived at the Harris home and brought the mail in with him.
Good morning, Philip. Hello, Alice. The mail just arrived and I brought it in.
Well, thank you, Willie.
Here's a package that came for you, Philip.
Hey, is it from Kansas City?
Yes.
Oh, boy, it came. I clipped the coupon out of my magazine over a month ago, and I thought they'd never send it, but they did. They sent it. They sent it.
They sent what?
My Jungle Jim loincloth.
A Jungle Jim loincloth?
With an attached smoke signal sender.
Phil, do me a favor.
What?
Put on your Buck Rogers flying belt and zoom off to another planet. Phil, just read the rest of your mail.
Okay. But I was going to get you one, too. Hey, what's this? A letter from the Beverly Hills Country Club. What would they be writing to me for?
Oh, Phil, I didn't want you to know about that yet. You see, I wrote them. Your birthday is coming up, and I wanted to give you this as a surprise.
Oh, Alice, you shouldn't have done it.
Done what?
Gone out and bought me a whole country club. Just think, a country club all my own. I've arrived.
Phil.
Oh, this will make Daddy so happy. Now he can quit his job as locker boy at Bimini Bath.
Phil, will you please stop? I didn't buy you the country club. I just applied for a membership.
Alice, I don't want to belong to no country club. There's a bunch of stuffed shirts at those places.
Philip, it won't hurt you to meet a more intelligent class of people. Why, there are several prominent scientists among the members. I know they have an anthropologist, geologist, and a philatelist.
So what? Most of my friends are philatelists. When you live the way they do, you gotta be.
Philip, do you know what a philatelist is?
Certainly. A philatelist is a guy who believes that when it's your time to go, you're gonna go.
A philatelist is a person who is interested in stamps.
Oh, fine. I'm going to join a country club just to meet a guy who works in the post office.
Hey, Phil, why don't you open the letter and find out if they accepted your application?
Okay, I'll open it, but what's the use? Of course they accepted it. They're probably begging me to join. Let's see what it says. I knew it. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Harris, we have received your letter of application, and after thoroughly checking your character, references, and background, we find you accepted. However, we do not have an opening in the club at this time. But if we are ever in need of a bartender, we'll get in touch.
Bartender? They have a lot of nerve.
Now, wait a minute. There must be some mistake. Wait a minute. Oh, there's more here. Yeah, here it is. P.S. If you're interested, we do not have an opening. Oh, no. If you're interested, we do. That's right. We do have an opening in another department. And if you'll bring your own whisk broom, comb, and brush, we'll supply the liquid soap and towel. What are they talking about? I ain't no barber. They got a lot of gall sending me a letter like that. I'm a big man. I don't have to... Uh-oh, that's probably the president of the club now. Realize he's made a mistake and he's here to apologize. I'll make him grovel. I'll make him sorry he ever started anything with me. You got a lot of nerve sending me a letter like that. You better start apologizing.
All right, I'm sorry, Curly. But tell me, how'd you know it was me who sent you that extortion letter?
All right, Brimley, all right, it's you. What extortion letter?
Oh, you didn't get it yet? Well, when it arrives, there'll be 3 cents postage due. Just deduct it from the money I demanded.
Remley, what are you talking about?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I come in the door and you asked me to apologize. What for?
I'm sorry. I thought you was somebody else.
Sure.
Just got a letter of rejection from a country club.
Small fry. I got a letter of rejection from the government.
They don't want you to become a citizen, huh?
Please. I tried to enlist in the service. They turned me down.
That figures.
Look at this letter they sent me.
Let me see.
Here you are.
Oh, yeah. Dear Mr. Remley, we appreciate your attempting to enlist in our branch of the service. But unfortunately, you do not quite measure up to our qualifications. Signed, Colonel M.C. Mapes, recruiting officer for the WACs. Remley, the WACs are for dames.
I know, but they said if you enlist, you could choose your own branch. That's the only one that appeals to me. What were you rejected for?
I don't know. Alice sent an application for me to join the swanky Beverly Hills Country Club, and they turned me down. I can't understand it.
Oh, Curly, let's face it. That highbrow set always considers people like us below them.
What do you mean below them? I got more talent than all of them put together. I'll bet there ain't one of them in that club that can sing like me.
That is entirely possible.
Don't be sarcastic. I happen to have a splendid voice, and I can prove it.
No, don't bother, Curly. I'll take your word for it.
No, when I set out to prove something, I prove it.
No, believe me, you don't...
I'd like to prove it. There's a certain dish they always make in the South, and when you eat it, boy, you'll find it melts in your mouth. I'm the guy who ought to know how good it can be, 'cause my mammy always used to fix it for me, and it's southern fried chicken I'm raving about. It's the kind of food that I just can't do without. Here's the recipe, try it and you'll see. When you serve it, everyone will say, Call your butcher for the chicken, he'll do the rest. Tell him what you're cooking and he'll serve you the best. Clean off all the feathers till there's nothing but skin. Cut it into pieces and you're set to begin making southern fried chicken that's fit for a king. Pass another plate, well look at that, there's a wing. Here's the recipe, try it and you'll see. When you serve it, everyone will say, whoo! flour you have added seasoning to. Roll the chicken in it, and then here's what you do. Fry it all in deep fat until people appear. They're sniffing and they're saying, what you cooking in here? They'll be glad when you show them that chicken to rub. Pass the plate again, son, I just can't get enough. Here's the recipe. Try it and you see. When you serve it, everyone will say, hi! Now you've got the recipe, so why hesitate? Try the southern dish and man, you'll say that it's great. Serve it with potatoes, make them French fries, you know. And don't leave out the chicken, he's the star of the show. Cause it's southern fried chicken, this recipe's for. Don't pass me the plate, son, I can't eat anymore. Maybe I'll try just one more gizzard.
Curly?
Yeah.
I got news for you.
What?
You didn't prove nothing.
Look, Brimley, will you listen to me? I didn't want to belong to that club, but after that letter they sent me, now I'm determined to get in.
Why don't you forget it, Curly? You know how those socialites are. Unless your family came over in the Mayflower, you're not one of them.
What are you talking about? I've got Indian blood. My family was here when the Mayflower arrived. Mother sold turkeys on the dock. I don't know if you know this or not, Remley, but I'm a direct descendant of Prince's Neck in the Woods. And my great-great-grandfather was that fearless warrior, Chief Yellowbelly. I'm as good as anybody at that club, and I'm going to go down there right now and have it out with
Curly, they won't even let you in the front door.
I'd like to see him try to keep me out. Now, come on, we'll get Alice and go down there and assert ourselves. I'll show them that they can't keep Wonga Harris out of any place.
For the last time, get out of this club and stay out!
Well, Phil, are you going to lie there? Or are you going to get up and try it again?
Go ahead, Curly. Try again.
Frankie, they just threw me out 3 times.
They're just playing hard to get.
They don't want me, and I know why. They got restrictions.
Oh, what kind of restrictions?
They're anti-Cherokee. Fine thing. This is supposed to be a democracy. What kind of a country is this?
If you Indians don't like it here, why don't you go back where you came from?
Ugh on you.
Phil, trying to force your way in is not going to do it. The man said if some prominent person were to recommend you, they might consider your application.
Well, if that's all you need, you're practically in.
Who's going to recommend me?
Me?
You? Your recommendation couldn't get me into a Mexican jail.
Well, we don't know anybody who's going to recommend us, so let's drop the whole thing.
No, I'm not. If I could just get to see the president, I'm sure that he'd listen to me.
You're never going to get in that front door.
Maybe not the front door, but there must be a family entrance to this saloon.
There always is. Alice, you wait here. Frankie, you and I'll sneak around the back way.
All right.
Now, look. We're going to go right around the side here.
Wait a minute, Curly, wait.
What's the matter?
There's a big window facing this alley. The guy who threw us out will see us go by.
Not if we crawl past the window. Now, come on. Let's get down on our stomachs and just wiggle by.
Ooh, you Indian.
Come on. There. How you doing, Remley?
All right. But crawling along on my stomach ain't my idea of fun.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? A curly-headed gopher and its mate.
Oh, no, Julius. Curly, where'd he come from?
I turned over a rock, and there he was.
Fellas, you're finally getting some class.
What do you mean?
Crawling is much more refined than staggering. Why did drinking so early in the day?
We're not in no condition.
Then what are you doing?
Well, Mr. Remley asked me to dig him up a date. And I think she's buried here someplace.
Is that the best you can think of?
On my stomach, yes.
Fellas, I don't want to get personal, but what are you doing here?
Well, if you must know, we're joining this club, and I'm crawling in to see the president.
Huh?
I mean, we have to sneak in to see the president because they turned down my application.
Naturally. You crumbs don't fit in with this social crowd.
Listen, kid, we can mix with the best of them. We're loaded with joie de vivre. We have a lot of éclat, quite a bit of savoir-faire.
Not to mention a whole case of Cavassier. We'd fit right in with these people.
Are you kidding? I can just see you guys at one of the club's formal dinners. Especially Mr. Rimley with his table manners.
What's the matter with my table manners?
Your etiquette is atrocious, your decorum is deplorable, and your demeanor is repugnant.
What does that mean?
You eat like a pig!
Julius, I got a good mind.
All right, Frankie, will you leave him alone? Don't spend no more time with him. Now, come on, we have to get in the club.
All right.
Hey, I wonder where that back entrance is.
You don't know, huh?
No.
I'll be glad to give you directions.
Well, that's the least you can do, kid. It's about time you did something nice.
Anything to help you guys. Now, first you crawl to the end of the alley.
Yeah?
And then you turn right.
Yeah?
And count off 5 feet. Remember now, just 5 feet.
Okay, 5 feet. Come on, Remley.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I could have sworn that open manhole was only 5 feet away.
Help!
Get us out of the sewer!
I wonder where they'll come out, Pismo Beach or Ocean Park.
I wonder what's keeping Phil and Frankie. How long do they expect me to stand here alone in front of the club? It's embarrassing. There's nothing to do, and... Oh, well, I might as well sing and pick up a few pennies from the passers-by. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. I got a song that I sing, I can make the rain go anytime I move my finger. Lucky me, can't you see I'm in love? Life is a beautiful thing, long as I hold the string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let you go. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love.
Joy you may define in 1,000 ways, but a case like ours needs a special phrase to say that we got the world on a string.
Life is a beautiful thing, long as I hold that string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let you go. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my little finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. Said this was a rich neighborhood. I did 2 choruses and all I got was 18 cents. I used to do better with Rudy Valley. I wonder what's keeping
Phil and Frankie. This is...
Here we are, Alice.
Well, it's about time. What took you so long to get here?
We missed the 2 o'clock bus back from Pismo Beach.
Yeah. You see, honey, we had a little accident. And, well, we had to go home and change our clothes. And hey, look who's getting out of that car at the curb. It's Mr. Scott, our sponsor. You know something? He's a member of this club. If he were to recommend me, I know that No. He wouldn't do it for me.
Maybe not for you, Curly, but he'd do it for me.
You?
Yeah. You know how he feels about me.
I certainly do. I hear he has his RCA engineers working on a scientific way to destroy you.
So that's how it happened.
That's how what happened?
Last week, Scotty gave me a television set for nothing.
Does it work?
I don't know. When my landlady tried to turn it on, she was electrocuted.
Stop with those wild stories. Mr. Scott wouldn't do anything like that.
Of course not. Remley, where do you get those wild things? I wish you'd stop.
Oh, hello, Harris.
Hello, Mr. Scott.
Oh, it's good to see you, Mrs. Harris.
Hiya, Scotty.
Remley, are you still alive?
Mr. Scott, that was a terrible thing you tried to do to me. You shouldn't be bitter. Life is short, and you should love your fellow man before it's too late. How would you feel if I were to drop dead right now?
I don't know. But let's try it and see.
Say, Mr. Scott, you sure could do me a big favor. You see, well, I'm anxious to join this club, and well, you could recommend me. What do you say?
What's the matter? You socked in the head or something?
Oh, won't you do it for little old me, Mr. Scott?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Harris.
Won't you?
I give up. I've always been a pushover for her pretty blonde. I'll try to get you and Mr. Harris in.
Gee, thanks, Scotty. That's some acting, Alice. 18 cents. Mr. Scotty, we sure appreciate this. You know, I can't wait to join that club.
Well, tie Remley to that hitching post and let's go in.
No, you don't. I'm coming too.
All right, come on. Hey, Scotty, this certainly is a beautiful club you got here, and the president was very nice to us.
Yeah. Well, now that we're members of the club, Curly, let's step over to the bar and have one on the house.
Yeah.
Come back here, knothead. You're not members yet. You heard what the president said. The other members have to pass on you first.
Well, let's meet some of them. How about that motley-looking group over there?
What motley-looking group?
Those 3 corpses sitting in the corner. The ones that look like they're waiting for the coroner's report.
Those corpses happen to be 3 of our most distinguished members.
Well, let's go over and lie down and talk to them.
Harris, I don't know if you ought to meet them. They're very intellectual.
Well, that's just my type. Hey, if we can impress them, Frankie, we're as good as in it. Remley, stop dumping your ashes in that old man's ear trumpet. You'll burn his ear.
Oh, I thought it was a statue holding an ashtray. How was I to know?
Ouch!
Nice fast reflexes.
Remley, behave yourself.
Did you speak?
Pardon me, gentlemen. I want you to meet 2 friends of... 2 people... 2... Oh, yes. Mr. Harris, Mr. Remley, this is Mr. Carruthers, Mr. Harrington, and Mr. Smythe.
All right, gentlemen.
Fine. Gentlemen, as I was saying to Carruthers, it is my firm conviction that the financial stabilization of this country is contingent upon sound economics. What do you think, Harris?
I think I better try another group. So long, fellas.
No, don't leave, Harris. We'd like to have the opinion of an outsider.
Well, you wait here and I'll go outside and get one for you.
Mr. Harris, we're discussing finances. What are your views on banking?
Oh, banking. Well, sir, I have found in my experience that banking is the best way to make a 3-cushion shot. You put a little English on the cue ball and then kiss it right
Shut
off
up, Harris. Gentlemen, you'll have to excuse Harris. Banking isn't his business.
But it happens to be mine.
Oh, no.
I'm really an investment counselor.
Oh? Mr. Remley, perhaps you can give me some advice on a sound investment.
Gladly. I find that debentures far outstrip escrows and investments of certain fiduciaries should be detonated.
Remley, please.
Of course, these are purely speculative. If you're interested in a sure thing, I'd suggest Blue Boy in the Fifth at Jamaica.
Yes, and if that don't appeal to you, buy into Mark Dex Incorporated. I don't think you can lose with that at the present time.
Mr. Harris, just what business are you in?
Well, you might call me an artist. Who might?
So, you're an artist. What school? Modern or impressionistic?
Oh, indubitably.
I mean, what do you prefer? Van Gogh or Picasso?
Well, Van Gogh I can tolerate, but I can't stand Picasso.
Mr. Harris, I'm sure if you tried, you could develop a taste for Picasso.
I doubt it. That Mexican food gives me a heart attack.
Mr. Scott, are these men members of our club?
No, they're not members yet. You see, they're on probation.
That's a lie! I don't know about Curly, but my parole officer gave me a clean bill of health.
Parole officer? Harrington, I believe I've heard enough.
So have I. Mr. Scott, we'll thank you to take these two vulgarian friends of yours and throw them out into the street. And don't bother coming back yourself.
But, gentlemen, you can't throw me out of this club. It means everything to me. It's my life. It's my whole... my future, my everything.
Come on,
everything.
Let's go, will you? Get out of here. I'm sorry, Mr. Scott. You're not mad at me, are you, Scotty?
No. I'm not mad at you, Harris. In fact, I'm going to have my engineers make you a television set. Just like the one they made for Remley.
I'll give you a pair of rubber gloves to turn it on with, Curly.
Alice and Phil will be back in a moment. You're sure to find many of your favorite songs on the 27 records in RCA Victor's spectacular new Singers Single Series, a fabulous roundup of 54 all-time Tin Pan Alley song hits, sung with all-time perfection by 9 of today's greatest popular singers. Here indeed is a happy blending of yesterday's outstanding songs and today's leading song stylists. Perry Como's That Old Gang of Mine, Fran Warren flying Over the Rainbow, Dennis Day making Silver Moon Sail High Again, Dinah Shore evoking Orchids in the Moonlight, and many, many more unforgettable favorites. You can buy each record in this great RCA Victor series singly in either the conventional 78-speed or the more convenient 45 RPM speed. Or you can add the entire series to your record library. So keep the old memories, keep the old songs at your beck and call. Make your selections from the 54 hit numbers in the Singers Single Series, available now at your RCA Victor dealers.
This is Phil again. This is Cancer Control Month. You can strike back at cancer by joining the 1951 Cancer Crusade of the American Cancer Society. Support its vital programs of research, education, and service. Give generously to your local committee by mailing your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. That's Cancer, care of your local post office. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Hedda Hopper tells the latest about Hollywood over many NBC stations.
Hello, everybody. This is John Garfield. By way of wishing you all a very Merry Christmas, we of the Actors Company bring you an extra special holiday present. George Kaufman and Morse Hart's Broadway hit, The Man Who Came to Dinner, starring Jack Benny, Charles Boyer, Gene Kelly, Dorothy McGuire, Gregory Peck, and Rosalind Russell, with Henry Fonda as narrator, directed by Mel Ferrer.
Presenting the Hotpoint Holiday Hour. This is Marvin Miller speaking for Hotpoint, one of the world's great leaders in the development and manufacture of quality electrical appliances, who brings you Hollywood's distinguished Actors Company in The Man Who Came to Dinner, with warm-hearted wishes for a Merry Christmas, by more than 10,000 Hotpoint dealers and distributors, and the many thousands of employees who make and sell Hotpoint, America's fastest-growing line of electric appliances, all electric kitchens and home laundry equipment. And now, on with the Hotpoint Holiday Hour and The Man Who Came to Dinner. Transcribe your narrator, Henry Fonda.
Have you ever had a guest drop in at your house for dinner and stay for 2 weeks? I mean, aside from your relatives. There might be a better way to upset a household, but they haven't discovered one yet. Anyway, that's what our story is all about. Did you happen to see this week's Time magazine? Well, I got a copy here. Let me read it to you. Quote, caustic, Sheridan Whiteside, critic, lecturer, wit, radio orator, intimate friend of the great and near great, last week found his celebrated wit no weapon with which to combat a fractured hip. The luxury-loving Mr. Whiteside, trekking across the country on one of his annual lecture tours, met his Waterloo in the shape of a small piece of ice on the doorstep of Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Stanley of Mesilla, Ohio. Result, canceled lectures and disappointment to thousands of adoring club women in Omaha, Denver, and points west. Further result, the idol of the airways rests until further notice in the home of surprise, Mr. and Mrs. Stanley. Possibility Christmas may be postponed this year.
Miss Green, is Mr. Whiteside coming out? Yes, Mrs. Stanley. We're getting his wheelchair ready.
Will somebody please get that phone?
Oh, dear. Sarah, see who's at the door while I answer the phone. Yes, ma'am. I'm coming. We need some pillows. Just a moment, Miss Green, until I answer the phone. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Whiteside is staying here.
Green, did you get the pillows?
Not yet, Dr. Bradley. I'm sorry, but we're very busy. Now you'll have to call me later. Goodbye.
Miss Green, if the pillows aren't K-pot, we'll have to get rubber foam. Mr. Whiteside doesn't like feathers.
It was the expressman again, Mrs. Stanley. 2 more boxes for Mr. Whiteside. A crate from Alaska. There's 2 penguins in it. And an octopus from William Beebe. Oh, and a piano came this morning from Arthur Rubinstein.
What about the pillows? We'll need at least 4 of them for the wheelchair.
Oh, yes, of course. Sarah, run upstairs and get 2 more pillows off Mr. Stanley's bed.
Yes, Dr. Bradley.
Mr. Whiteside wants a dozen bottles of Saratoga spring water, a copy of Bartlett's quotations, and a box of Pine Brothers cough drops.
Hello? Oh, hello, Clara. Yes, the phone's been going all day. Yes, I know. He just never goes to dinner anywhere. And then this had to happen. Poor Mr. Whiteside.
Daisy, will you please give me a moment of your attention?
Just a minute, Ernest, dear. I'm so sorry, Clara.
Daisy, I must get to the office.
I'll speak to you later, Clara. Goodbye.
Daisy, I'm sure it's a great honor, Sheridan Whiteside in our house, but it is a little upsetting. Phone going all the time, doorbell ringing, messengers.
Sandy, have the house not come yet? Well, they're on their way, Miss Cutler. Oh, Ernest, this is Miss Cutler, Mr. Whiteside's secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do? May I move this chair? You mean he's coming out now? He is indeed. Oh, Sarah. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Whiteside's coming out. Oh, Ernest.
Well, here we are, merry and bright. Miss Breen, wheel our little patient out. Mr. Whiteside, these are your hosts.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Whiteside. I'm Mrs. Ernest Stanley, remember? And this is Mr. Stanley.
How do you do, Mr. Whiteside? I hope that you're better.
Thank you. I am suing you for $150,000.
You mean because you fell on our steps, Mr. Whiteside?
Jerry Giesler will explain it to you in court. And now, Mr. Stanley, I shall require the exclusive use of this room as well as that drafty sewer which you call the library.
What do you mean, sir?
My diction is excellent. I would suggest you have your ears blown.
Mr. Whiteside, if I may say...
You may not, sir.
I'll call you from the office later, Daisy.
Mr. Stanley, here's the menu for lunch.
But I've already ordered lunch.
It will be sent up to you on a tray. I am using the dining room for my guests.
Oh, well, here, Sarah, prepare this menu for Mr. Whiteside. I'll have my lunch upstairs on a tray. Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Whiteside, I think I can safely leave you in your secretary's capable hands. Shall I look in again this afternoon?
If you do, Dr. Bradley, I shall spit right in your eye.
Oh, what a sense of humor you writers have. Oh, by the way, Mr. Whiteside, I've written a book myself. It isn't really worth mentioning.
Then why mention it?
It's very comprehensive. I just happen to have a copy with me. It's called 40 Years an Ohio Doctor. I'll leave it here.
Yes.
It's only 2,000 pages. Will you read it?
I'll be glad to if I can lift it.
Now, keep that hip quiet and don't forget those little pills. Good day.
Maggie, will you take this 40 years in an iron lung or whatever it's called and put it in the fireplace?
Excuse me, but my name is Harriet Stanley. I know you are Sheridan Whiteside. I brought you this sprig of holly. I remember what you wrote about Kent and you, the obscure. It was the nicest present I could bring you. Goodbye.
For heaven's sake, what was that?
That? Oh, that was Mr. Stanley's sister, Harriet. I've talked to her a few times. She's quite strange.
Strange. She looks like something out of an Adams cartoon. You know, I've seen that face before somewhere.
Nonsense you couldn't have.
Oh, well, let's get down to work. What date is this?
December 10th.
Send a wire to William Paley, Columbia Broadcasting System. For a special New Year's Eve broadcast, we'll have as my guests Yasha Heifetz, Helen Hayes, Albert Einstein, the Lunts, and Maxie Rosenblum. Whiteside. Send a wire to Toscanini, counting on you January 4th, Metropolitan Opera House, for my annual benefit, Home for Parole Convicts. As you know, this is a very worthy cause and close to my heart. Tibbet, Pons, Pinza, and Margaret Truman have promised me personally to oppose. Will you have quiet supper with me and the Ritz brothers afterwards? Whiteside.
Excuse me, Mr. Whiteside.
Oh, the nurse. Now, what do you want, Miss Preen?
It's your pills. It's time to take them.
Well, don't come near me. Stay where you are and roll them over. If these people intend to have their friends using the front door...
What do you want them to use, a rope ladder?
I will not have a lot of gawking yokels rushing in and out of this house.
Oh, good morning.
There's nobody home. The Stanleys have been arrested for smuggling opium. Now go away.
Good morning, Mr. Whiteside. I'm Jefferson of the Massalia Journal.
Get rid of him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiteside is seeing no one.
Well, you know, if I'm going to be brushed off, I'd like it to be by Mr. Whiteside himself. I never did like carbon copies.
Not bad. And the Massalia, too.
Will you please leave, Mr. Washington?
It's Jefferson. How about an interview, Mr. Whiteside?
I never give them. And will you hand me that box of candy on your way out?
Here you are. The trouble is, Mr. Whiteside, that your being in this town comes under the heading of news, and my subscribers want their 2 cents worth.
Delicious candy. Pecan butternut fudge.
Mr. Whiteside. mustn't eat candy, Mr. Whiteside. It's very bad for you.
Miss Preen, my great-aunt Jennifer ate a whole box of candy every day of her life. She lived to be 102, and after she was dead 3 days, she looked better than you do right now.
Well, I can at least report to my readers that chivalry is not yet dead.
We won't discuss it. I suppose you've written that novel.
No, I've written that play.
Well, I hope you don't expect me to read it.
Well, and how about a brief talk on famous murders? You're an authority on murder as a fine art.
My dear boy, when I talk about murder, I get paid for it.
Well, all right. What do you think of Massalia? How long are you going to be here? Where are you going? Things like that.
Very well. A, Massalia is a town of irresistible charm. B, I cannot wait to get out of it. And C, I'm going from here to Crockfield for my annual visit to the Crockfield Home for Paroled Convicts. Jefferson, did you ever hear how Crockfield started?
A couple of crooks got together and got crocked.
Sit down. This aging debutante, Mr. Jefferson, I retain in my employ only because she is the sole support of her two-headed brother.
I understand. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Whiteside, for being so unpleasant. Oh, by the way, I'm a cribbage player if you need one while you're here.
Fine. How much can you afford to lose?
I usually win.
Well, we'll change that. Come back at 8:30. We'll play three-handed with Beatrice Fairfax here.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, there are 3 men here to see you. 2 of them are wearing prison uniforms, and the other one has a rifle. Mr. Whiteside, I don't know who these men are, but I will not stand
Then
here.
go upstairs.
Oh.
Those are probably my luncheon guests. Jefferson, stay for lunch. Sarah, there'll be one more.
Hello, Mr. Whiteside. Well, I brought the boys.
Fine, Sheriff, fine. Maggie, take the sheriff's rifle and put it in the umbrella stand.
Well, I guess it'll be all right, as long as I keep the cuffs on them.
Lunch is ready, Mr. Whiteside.
Good. Let's go right in. Now, let me see if I can remember your name. You're Michelson, aren't you? Butcher shop murder?
Yes, sir.
Thought I recognized you. And you're Henderson, the hatchet fiend. Always chops them up in a salad bowl. That right? Is it?
That's right.
Gentlemen, I must apologize. We're just having chicken, livers, pepperzini, and cherry jubilee for dessert. I haven't got this kitchen organized yet.
Mr. Whiteside.
The chicken either.
Mr. Whiteside, those colors.
Mrs. Stanley, your presence is unwelcome. Here, serve the white wine with the fish, Sarah, and close the doors. I don't want a lot of people prying on their betters.
Whiteside, wake up.
What? Oh, it's you, Miss Stomach Pump. I was dreaming of Ava Gardner, and I wake to find you. Where's Miss Cutler?
She went out with Mr. Jefferson.
That's the 4th time this week.
Be quiet, Dave. Mr. Whiteside, I want to talk to you. I don't care whether you're busy or not. I've stood all that I'm going to stand.
Indeed.
This is the last straw. Look at this bill from the telephone company. $784. Oklahoma City, Calcutta, Hollywood, Rome, New York. Now, I realize, Mr. Whiteside, that you're a distinguished man of letters.
Yes, of course.
We both do.
Please.
Oh.
But in the past week, we've not been able to call our souls our own. We've not had a meal in the dining room once. I have to tiptoe out of the house in the morning.
Now, Ernest.
Convicts sit at my dinner table. Butcher shop murderers. And furthermore, I don't like coming home to find 22 Cherokee Indians using my bathroom.
For your information, Mr. Stanley, those 22 Cherokee Indians came straight from the White House, where I assure you they used the bathroom, too.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, my husband didn't mean...
Yes, I did. I meant every word of it.
There's only one point that you make in which I see some slight justice. I do not expect you to pay for my telephone calls. Can you provide me with the exact amount?
I certainly can, and I certainly will.
Good. I shall instruct my lawyers to deduct it from the $150,000 that I am suing you for.
Come along, Casey, before I lose control of myself.
And I'll thank you to stay out of here till I send for you, which I doubt.
Good evening, Terry. Really, you've got this room looking like an old parrot cage. Did you nap while I was out? What's the matter, dear? Can't run away with your tongue.
Now, don't look up at me with those big cow eyes, you moonstruck hag. Where have you been all afternoon? Smooching with Bert Jefferson?
Oh, Sherry. Bert got his play to me this afternoon. It's superb. It simply cries out for Catherine Cornell. Here, read it. And if you like it, will you send it to her, Sherry? And will you read it tonight?
No, I will not. And while we're on the subject of Mr. Jefferson, you might ask him if he wouldn't like to pay your salary, since he takes up all of your time.
Oh, Sherry, stop behaving like a spoiled child.
Will you stop acting like Zazu Pitts and explain yourself?
Well, I'll make it quick. Sherry, I'm in love.
Nonsense. This is merely delayed puberty.
No, Sherry. I'm afraid this is it. When you get out of that wheelchair and leave Massalia, I stay. You're going to lose a very excellent secretary.
I remain completely unconvinced. You are drugging yourself into this Joan Crawford fantasy, and I shall do everything in my power to bring you to your senses.
Now, you listen to me, Whiteside. I know you. I know what a devil you can be. I'm going to marry Bert if you'll have me, and don't you dare try any of your tricks. And now, if it meets with your approval, I'm going upstairs and wash my hands.
So Mr. Bert Jefferson turns out to be an Ohio Tennessee Williams. So his play is good enough for Catherine Cornell, eh? I'll fix that. Hello? Long distance, please. I want to make a transatlantic call. Hello, transatlantic operator? This is Massalia 142. I want to talk to Miss Lorraine Sheldon. 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 She's on the Queen Elizabeth. It sailed from Southampton day before yesterday. Will it take long? My name is Whiteside. Thank you.
Come in, Dr. Bradley.
Good evening, Sarah. Well, good evening, Mr. Whiteside.
Come back tomorrow, would you, Doctor? I'm busy.
Now, what would be the best news I could possibly bring you?
You have hydrophobia.
No. Mr. Whiteside, you are a well man. You can get up and walk now. You can leave here tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Well, sir, I looked at those x-rays again this morning, and do you know what? I'd been looking at the wrong x-ray. I had been looking at old Mrs. Moffat's x-rays. You are perfectly, absolutely well.
Lower your voice, will you?
Huh? What's the matter? Aren't you pleased?
Naturally. This is a very unexpected bit of news, however. Dr. Bradley, I have some good news for you, too. I've been reading your book, 40 Years, what is it?
An Ohio Doctor. Yes?
Well, I consider it extremely close to being one of the great literary contributions of our time.
Mr. Whiteside.
Dr. Bradley, I have a proposition to make to you. What I would like to do is to stay here in Massalia and work with you on this book.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, I would be so terribly honored.
Thank you. But there's just one difficulty. You see, if my radio sponsors were to learn that I'm well, I would be forced to leave Massalia. Therefore, we must not tell anyone that I am well enough to get out of this wheelchair.
I see.
Not even my secretary, Miss Cutler. You understand?
Oh, yes. When do we start work? Tonight? I've just got one patient that's dying, and then I'll be perfectly free.
I'll see you tomorrow morning. This is a private call. Would you forgive me? Hello? Yes, I'm on. Tomorrow morning, Doctor.
Tomorrow morning it is. You've made me very proud, Mr. Whiteside. Good night.
Yes, this is Mr. Whiteside. Put him on. Hello, is this my Lorraine? Blossom girl, when did you land in New York? Tuesday? That's fine. Now, listen closely, my pet. I've discovered a play with a wonderful part in it for you. Now, wait, let me tell you. The author is a young newspaper man in this town. Of course, he wants Kathleen Cornell, but if you jump on a train and get right out here... No, he's young and very attractive. Just your dish. Isn't that exciting? Now, look, don't send me any messages. Just get on a train, drop in, and I'll act surprised. Good. Goodbye, my blossom.
Whiteside, time for your medicine.
Hello, Miss Preen. You're looking radiant this evening.
What? Mr. Whiteside, don't you feel well? Harry, I'm sorry for what I said before. I'm afraid I was a little unjust.
That's all right, Maggie. We all lose our tempers now and then.
I promised to have dinner with Bert and go to a movie, but we'll come back and play cribbage with you instead.
Fine. Take your time, Maggie. Enjoy yourself.
See you soon, Jerry, dear. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, darling. If there's a bigger louse than I am, I want to meet him.
just a moment, Act Two of The Man Who Came to Dinner. And now, a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. At Hotpoint, we're as old-fashioned in our ideas about Christmas as we are modern in our ideas about electric appliances. So instead of spending a lot of time describing our brilliant new line of Hotpoint quality appliances for 1950, we feel it's a good deal more appropriate to thank you for the way you've welcomed our appliances into your homes and for the confidence you've placed in the name Hotpoint. It is, after all, your recognition of Hotpoint value which has made us one of the world's largest manufacturers in the appliance field. More people choose Hotpoint ranges, water heaters, and dishwashers than any other make. More than 5 times as many people are buying Hotpoint refrigerators today as in 1939. Also, there are more Hotpoint ranges in use than any other kind. And Hotpoint is the world's largest manufacturer of commercial electric cooking equipment for hospitals, naval craft, restaurants, and hotels. We sincerely believe all Hotpoint products you can buy today are the very finest that experience, research, superb craftsmanship, and engineering can produce. And now the second act of The Man Who Came to Dinner.
Hello? Will you get me Miss Lorraine Sheldon at the Mansion House, please? No, I don't know the number. I'm not Errol Flynn. Hello? Mansion House? This is Mr. Whiteside again. Has Miss Sheldon arrived yet? Hasn't, eh? Thank you. Nobody around. I wonder if I dare get up this wheelchair. Uh-oh, somebody's coming. Back in the saddle again.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside. There's a telegram for you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Excuse me, Mr. Whiteside. I'll answer the door.
Well, it's a wire from Monty Woolley. Oh, well.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've come to see Mr. Whiteside. Will you tell him Miss Sheldon is here?
Lorraine, my blossom girl.
Jerry, my sweet old darling. Look at that poor, sweet, tortured face. Let me kiss it. Oh, you poor darling. Your eyes have a kind of gallant compassion. How drawn you are. Oh, Sherry, my sweet, I want to cry.
All right. You've made a very nice entrance. Now relax.
Oh, but Sherry, darling, I've been so worried. And now seeing you in that ghastly chair.
This wheelchair fits my curves beautifully. Now come out from behind that hat and tell me everything. You look a little like Hedda Hopper. How are you, my dear?
Oh, darling, I just dashed through New York. Didn't do a thing about Christmas. And London before that was magnificent, my dear. Well, I simply never got to bed at all, but not at all. I simply can't stop to tell you.
Well, why not start with the dirt first? That's what I want to hear. What about that fish face, the Marquis de la Roche? Haven't you hooked him yet?
Now, Sherry, please. Pierre is a very dear friend of mine.
Now, how, Blossom Girl, this is Sherry. Don't tell me you wouldn't like to be the Marquise de la Roche with $100,000 a year. By the way, is he still as wrinkled as ever?
Mm-hmm.
His neck reminds me of a convertible with the top halfway down.
Now, Pierre, really. Pierre may not be young, but he's rather sweet, poor lamb. And he's very fond of me.
The Marquise de la Roche. Won't Kansas City be surprised?
Mr. Whiteside, did you get a chance to...
Not yet, Dr. Bradley. I'm busy.
Oh.
Who's that?
He fixes the plumbing. Now, come on, Lorraine. I want more news.
But, Jerry, now, what about this play? I've been so excited ever since your phone call.
Well, here's the situation. This young newspaper man, Bert Jefferson, brought me the play with the understanding that I sent it to Kit Cornell. Now, that's fair warning. The rest is up to you.
Jerry, look. Bert has just given me the most heavenly... Oh, hello, Maggie. I knew you must be around somewhere. How are you, darling? Hello, Lorraine.
Isn't Bert with you? Oh, here he is. This is Bert Jefferson. Lorraine, young newspaper man.
Oh?
Miss Lorraine Sheldon.
How do you do, Miss Sheldon?
Jefferson. Why, Mr. Jefferson. You don't look like a newspaper man. You don't look like a newspaper man at all.
Oh, really? I I thought it was written all over me.
Oh, no, not at all. I should have said you were, I don't know, a jet pilot or an explorer or something. They have that same kind of dash about them. I'm simply enchanted with your town, Mr. Jefferson. Tell me, have you lived here all your life?
Not yet.
If you wish to hear the story of his life, Lorraine, kindly do so on your own time. Maggie and I have work to do. Now get out of here, Jefferson. On your way, Blossom.
Oh, he's the world's rudest man, isn't he? Can I drop you, Mr. Jefferson? I'm going down to the mansion house, I think it's called.
Oh, thank you, but I've got my car. Suppose I drop you.
Oh, would you? That would be lovely. We'll send the taxi off. I'll see you in a little while, Sherry. Bye, Maggie.
Goodbye, Mag. Am I invited back for dinner?
Yes, you are. At Christmas, I always feed the needy. Now, please stop oozing out. Get out.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Jefferson. I want to hear more about this charming little town of yours. And I want to hear a good deal more about you.
She's looking very well, isn't she?
What's that? Who?
That fox in mink. Quite a surprise, wasn't it? Her dropping in?
See who that is, will you, Maggie?
Oh, all right.
Marcel!
Maggie, you look ravishing. You may kiss me.
Marcel! Come in here, you amorous ham, and gaze upon a soul in agony.
No, please, don't tell me how you are, Sherry. I've only 10 minutes between trains, so the conversation will be entirely about me, and I shall love it. How are you, Sherry?
I'm fine, you love-bitten Latin. Now, how was the trip?
Wonderful. I've never given of myself so freely. By the way, did I not see that refugee from Reno, La Sheldon, as I came in?
You did indeed. Santa dropped a clinker down the chimney.
Ah, dear Lorraine. She would flirt with a chimpanzee if she thought he had money. Sherry, my evil one, not only have I produced the finest comedy since Molière, but also the best review since my last one. I shall act in it, of course, for 8 weeks in Paris, 6 in New York. Then I leave for a trip to Bali to meet Simon. Now, Maggie, my sweet, why don't you desert this lump of tapioca and come with me?
Oh, Marcel, dear, be careful. You're catching me at a good moment.
Tell me, Monsieur Bouquet, did you have a good time in Hollywood? How long were you there?
3 unbelievable days. I saw everyone, from Colette Colbert to Gorgeous George. They came to me on their knees, as to a shrine. I was charming to them, of course, but I refused $7 million to star in a picture with Gertrude Lawrence and Lassie.
What about banjos? You see that maniac in Hollywood?
Oh, just for a moment. Then the place blew up.
Mr. Whiteside? No, not now, Doctor. Go away.
Are you hiding someone, Shirley?
Yes, Dr. Kinsey. Go ahead, Marcel. More dirt. What happened at Monte Carlo?
Well, I tell you, no one is playing roulette this season. Everyone is betting on Lorraine to marry the Marquis. Oh, Maggie, have you ever met the Marquis de la Roche?
No.
He sounds a little bit like this. oh, my chérie, we are alone at last. And you are so beautiful. Oh, smell the air. so invigorating. Actually, after I get over this attack, would you think me too forward if I kissed your hand?
That's the Marquis right down to his last week.
Oh, you're making it up, Marcel. No one sounds like that.
Oh, but you don't know Pierre.
Maggie, whoever that is, get rid of him.
Hello? Oh, hello, Bert. Oh, well, just a minute. Marcel, would you talk to a newspaper man just for 2 minutes? It would mean so much to him.
Sherry, the time is so short.
Well, then, would you see him at the station just before the train leaves, just for a minute?
All right, for you, yes.
Bert, go to the station and wait for him. He'll be there in a few minutes. Bye.
Well, I must go, Sherry. Hurry up and get out of that wheelchair. I'll see you in Paris.
Goodbye, Marcel. Give my regards to Simone.
Wait, Marcel. I'll walk to the door with you. Marcel, I'm in great trouble. I've fallen in love for the first time in my life, and Sherry's doing everything he can to break it up.
Oh, the old scoundrel. What's he doing?
Well, he's brought Lorraine here to smash it, and you know Lorraine. I've got to get her out of here. The farther away, the better, and you can do it for me.
But how? I'm leaving.
Well, let me explain a little idea I just got. When you get to the station...
Maggie. Where's Sherry? In the library, working on its script. Oh, of course, the Christmas Eve program. Oh, by the way, what time does Marcel get here? I'm not over anxious to meet him. He's been and gone. Oh. Tell me, Lorraine, have you found a new play yet? No, I haven't. Did you know that Mr. Jefferson has written quite a good play? The young man that drove you to the hotel. Oh, really? No, I didn't. Isn't that interesting? Yes, isn't it? Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Miss Lorraine Sheldon? Huh? What? Why, yes, she's here. Here, there's a transatlantic call coming through for you, Lorraine. Transatlantic for me? Here? What in the world? It's from Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo? Hello? Hello? Pierre! Why, what a surprise. How'd you know I was here? Darling, your asthma sounds worse. Well, you're wheezing. Oh, yes, I can hear you very clearly. It's as though you were just around the corner. Oh, I see. What? Oh, darling, you don't know how I've prayed for this Oh, darling, yes. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. Oh, dear, I'll take a plane right out of here and catch the next boat. What? Pierre, you're wheezing so. Yes, I love you, my darling. Oh, so much. Oh, you've made me the happiest girl in the world. Goodbye, darling, goodbye. Sherry!
What's all the yammering now?
Oh, Sherry, Pierre's just called me from Monte Carlo. He's asked me to marry him. Well, I've got to get right out here and catch the next boat.
Lorraine, are you going to toss away the best part of your career to marry that reasonable facsimile of an accordion?
Really, I haven't got time to argue. Now, Maggie, you must help me. Why, I'd be delighted. I have a timetable right here for you. You can make a Friday sailing. Oh, Maggie, darling, you are wonderful.
Lorraine, you're making a big mistake.
Oh, Maggie, what's the number of that hotel I'm at? Messelia 32. Messelia 32, please. Oh, look out the window, Sherry. It's starting to snow. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, I never felt more like Christmas in my life. Don't you, Sherry, dear?
Shut your nasty little face.
Give me my room, will you please? Oh, Cosette. Now, listen carefully, Cosette. We're leaving here tonight by plane and sailing Friday for Monte Carlo. Now, I want you to send 3 cables for me. Ready? The first one goes to Lord and Lady Cunard. My darlings, returning Friday. Pierre and I, being married immediately on arrival, wanted you to be the first to know. Love, Lorraine. Now, send the same message to Picasso, General de Gaulle, the Marchioness de Velmay, and my mother in Kansas City. You got that? Now, you'll have to rush, Cosette. I'll be at the hotel in about half an hour, so be ready. Bye. Oh, well, life is just full of surprises, isn't it? Now, who would have thought an hour ago that I'd be on my way to Monte Carlo?
Hello, everybody. Say, do you know it's snowing out? We're going to have a real old-fashioned Christmas.
Why don't you telephone your scoop to Luella Parsons?
First, Miss Sheldon has to catch a plane tonight from Toledo. Can we drive over, you and I?
Why, certainly. Oh, sorry you have to go, Miss Sheldon. No bad news, I hope?
Oh, on the contrary. Very good news. Wonderful news.
Oh, good. I got some pretty good news myself. A 2-minute interview with Marcel Duval at the station. You're right, Mr. Whiteside. He's quite a boy.
Oh, Sherry, I almost forgot. Have you seen this bracelet Bert gave me for Christmas? Isn't it beautiful?
Ducky.
Yeah, I was lucky to get even 2 minutes with Duval. He was in a telephone booth most of the time. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but from the face he was making, it looked like a scene from one of his plays.
And look at the inscription
Just
here.
a minute. Jefferson, Mr. Duval was in a telephone booth at the station?
Yeah, it certainly was. I thought he'd never come out. He kept wheezing, making the funniest faces for about 5 minutes.
Bert, will you mix some cocktails? I think I'm going to need a drink.
Fine, I'll be back in a jiffy. I've got a new recipe for martinis that'll really open your eyes.
They're already open. Lorraine, my blossom, hand me the phone.
Here, Sherry.
Operator, has there been a call from Monte Carlo over this telephone within the past half hour? Yes, I'll wait.
Sherry, what is this?
What's that? There have been no calls from Monte Carlo for the past week? Thank you. Now, will you repeat that, please? Lorraine, hold this receiver to your shell-like ear. Hear that, dear?
Yes.
Thank you, operator, and a Merry Christmas.
Sherry, now what is all this? What's going on? What does this mean?
Lorraine, you have just played the greatest love scene of your career with your old friend, Marcel Duval.
Now, Sherry, stop it.
I want this thing explained.
Explained? You heard the operator, my pet. All I can tell you is that Marcel was indulging in one of his famous imitations, that's all. You've heard him do Pierre before, haven't you?
Yes, of course, but why should he want to do such a thing? Oh, those tables.
Now, steady, my blossom. Take it easy.
Steady. Do you realize that I'll be the laughing stock of Europe? I always knew that Marcel Duval was a stinker. Well, why would he try to ship me over to Monte Carlo like that on a fool's errand?
Cocktails are ready. Only 10 to a customer.
Oh, I think I begin to... Of course, that's it. Of course, that's it. Mr. Jefferson, that's a very charming bracelet you gave Maggie, isn't it, Maggie, dear? If I were you, I'd hang on to that bracelet, dear. It'll be something to remember him by.
Well, you're still here, Miss Sheldon? I thought you were leaving.
I've changed my plans. Wild horses couldn't drag me out of here now.
Really? Well, good.
And I hear you have written a simply marvelous play, Mr. Jefferson. I want you to read it to me tonight. Will you? We'll go right back to the mansion house now, and you'll read me your play.
Well, I should say so. I'd be delighted. Maggie, did you hear that? Come on, Miss Sheldon. Let's have at it.
Yes, let's have at it.
See you later, Maggie.
Oh, Maggie, this would be a good time for me to go over my radio script. Where is it?
On the table.
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's see this now.
Larry, I think you're the meanest man I've ever met.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Whiteside speaking. On this eve of eves, when my own heart is overflowing with peace and kindness,
the most contemptible...
I would like to tell you the story of Elias P. Crosby.
Fast slow.
Over the years, the name Hotpoint has become one of the most valued among electric appliances. The reason is best expressed in our slogan. You can look to Hotpoint for the finest first. And that's certainly no idle statement. 45 years ago, for example, we built the very first electric range. Last year, Hotpoint was first again with a great new contribution to cooking ease and convenience. Hotpoint push-button cooking. We pioneered and perfected the electric dishwasher, too, and still lead the field with the only front-opening automatic dishwasher that has Calrod electric drying and a table top. Hotpoint was also first to dream of all-electric kitchens and laundry. We've made scores of other important advancements throughout our entire line of Hotpoint quality electric ranges, refrigerators, food freezers, dishwashers, disposalls, water heaters, automatic washing machines, dryers, ironers, and matched kitchen cabinets. In fact, not only ours, but all makes of electric appliances are better today because of Hotpoint's pioneering and leadership. Right now, more than ever before, it pays to look to Hotpoint for the finest first. And now for Act 3 of The Man Who Came to Dinner.
Miss Preen, prune face.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where do you disappear to all the time, my lady nausea?
Mr. Whiteside, I can only be in one place at a time.
That is very fortunate for this community. Now go away and take this medicine with you. You remind me of last week's laundry.
I'm taking the 1 o'clock train, Sherry. I'm leaving.
Just a moment, Betty Davis. What are you trying to do? Honestly, Maggie, sometimes you can be very annoying.
You know, you're quite wonderful, Sherry, in a way. You're annoyed. Shall I tell you something? I think you're a selfish, petty egomaniac, and I was a fool for ever thinking I could trust you.
Well, as long as I live, I shall never do anyone a good turn again. I won't ask you to apologize, Maggie, but 6 months from now, you will be thanking me.
In 6 months, Sherry, I expect to be so far away from you, you couldn't find me with radar.
Merry Christmas, Maggie. Hi, Mr. Whiteside. Maggie, I've been calling you all evening. Why didn't you pick up the phone?
Well, I didn't feel up to it. How'd you hit it off with Madame Dubarry?
Miss Sheldon, well, she says the play needs just a little fixing. We could do it in 3 weeks. She thinks we ought to go to New York together and work on it.
Oh?
Well, Maggie, won't you say something?
I'm just too happy for words.
Look, Bert, why don't you...
Mr. Whiteside.
Uh-oh, Dr. Jekyll again.
Mr. Whiteside, I thought perhaps if I came very early, we could talk about my book.
Dr. Bradley, I'm starting that diet you put me on. Would you fix me 2 poached eggs on rye crisp and eat it yourself?
Yes, of course. Come on, Doc. I'll buy you breakfast. See you later, Maggie.
Now, listen to me, Maggie. I'm willing to forgive your silly outburst and talk about this calmly.
I love him. Oh, Sherry. Sherry, why did you do it? Well, I'd better go upstairs and finish packing. Merry Christmas, Mr. Whiteside.
Huh? Oh, Merry Christmas, Miss Stanley.
I'm afraid I shouldn't be seen talking to you, Mr. Whiteside. My brother is terribly angry, but I just couldn't resist asking. Did you like my Christmas present?
Yes, it was very thoughtful of you, Miss Stanley. I'm fond of these old photographs. Thank you so much.
I was 22 when that was taken. That was my favorite dress. Well, I'd better go back to my room before I'm seen. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What is there about her face? So familiar. Miss Preen! Miss Preen!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Answer the door, will you?
Aha! A female! Come in, Doctor. You're the first woman I've seen in 20 minutes. Oh, I love you. I love you, Maggie. Here, Maggie, kiss me. Kiss me again. Don't be afraid of my passion. I can feel the hot blood pounding through your veins.
Banjo!
Whiteside, how are you, Whiteside? Will you please pay for this package?
Put that woman down, Banjo. That's my nurse, Miss Bedtray. Banjo, you reformed school fugitive. How'd you get here, anyway?
Jerry Wald loaned me his reindeer. Whiteside, we finished shooting the picture yesterday, and I'm on the way to Nova Scotia.
What?
Flew here in 12 hours. Borrowed a plane from Howard Hughes. Whiteside, I brought you a wonderful Christmas present. Here. This girdle was once worn by Dolores Del Rio.
Hey, listen, you idiot. How long can you stay?
Just long enough to take a bath. I'm on the way to Nova Scotia. Where's Maggie?
Nova Scotia? What are you going to Nova Scotia for?
I'm sick of Hollywood. Besides, there's a dame in New York I don't want to see, so I figured I'd go to Nova Scotia and get some smoked salmon. Where's Maggie?
Upstairs in her room.
I'm going up and see her. If I'm not back in half an hour, come up and save me.
Banjo, I'm very annoyed at Maggie. After all these years, she's repaying my affection by behaving like Stella Dallas.
What are you talking about?
How was I supposed to know that she was really in love with him?
In love with who? I just got here, remember?
I'm telling you, you Hollywood nitwit. A young newspaper man here in town.
Maggie finally fell. Well, what do you know? So,
Lorraine Sheldon happened to come out here and visit me.
Tiger Lil, here?
Yep. And this young fellow has written a play. You can guess the rest. He's going to New York with Lorraine to rewrite.
Oh. Say, wait a minute. What do you mean Lorraine Sheldon happened to come out here? Sherry, I smell a rat. A rat in a wheelchair.
Well, all right, but I did it for Maggie. I thought it was the right thing for her.
Oh, sure, you haven't thought of yourself in years.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, I have some cookies here for you.
Thank you. Not bad.
But they're welcome, Mr. Whiteside.
Never mind, Sarah. He's crazy.
And hungry. Come, Petrushka. We will dance in the snow until all St. Petersburg is aflame with jealousy. Come to the kitchen with me.
Mr. Whiteside, I am quitting. My address is on the desk inside. You can send me a check.
Do you realize, Miss Preen, that this is completely unprofessional?
I do indeed. I am not only walking out on this case, Mr. Whiteside. I am leaving the nursing profession. From now on, anything that I can do to help exterminate the human race will fill me with the greatest of pleasure.
Well, you can start with yourself first. Good day.
Good day.
Mr. Whiteside.
Now, what do you want, Stanley?
Come in, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Whiteside, this gentleman is the deputy sheriff. If you're not out of this house in 15 minutes, he will forcibly eject you, baggage, wheelchair, penguins, and octopus. I am now going upstairs to smash our radio, so that not even accidentally will I ever hear your voice again.
You can't miss it today. Sure you don't want my autograph, old fellow?
15 minutes, Mr. Whiteside. You are magnificent. Fly with me to Valhalla. I will build you a restaurant and we'll barbecue Duncan Hines. Anything new, Whiteside?
No, Banjo. Maggie's taking the 1 o'clock train out, and I have exactly 15 minutes in which to pull out of my hat the biggest rabbit you've ever seen.
What do you mean, 15 minutes?
My host has sworn out a warrant. I'm being kicked out. Open the door, Sarah. It's probably some mustard gas from Kaufman and Hart.
Oh, good morning. Is Mr. Whiteside up yet? Yes, Miss Sheridan.
Oh.
Merry Christmas, darling. Birthday is magnificent. I've come here to have Christmas breakfast with you. Oh, Banjo. What a surprise. How are you?
I'm fine, Lorraine, fine. How's the husband business?
Very funny, very funny. It's too bad, Banjo, that your pictures aren't as funny as you seem to think you are.
Lorraine, how can you say such things when you know I'm mad for you? Mad, 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 you hear? M-A-D-E, mad. Let me take you out of all this and back to the stockyards. Think of anything yet, Whiteside?
Yeah, suicide.
What time does the boat sail?
10 minutes.
What boat is this?
The good ship up the creek.
Oh, dear, that's probably Bert. I told him to meet me here.
Whiteside, American Express.
Right this way, please. Oh, why, Sherry, what's that? Why, it's an Egyptian mummy case.
There's one thing I need right now. It's an Egyptian mummy case.
Hey, there's a tag on it. It says, Merry Christmas from the King of Egypt. What'd you send him, Sidney Greenstreet?
8 minutes, Mr. Whiteside, including that mummy case.
Why, what's that all about? Who is that man?
He announces the time every few minutes. I pay him a small sum.
Oh, but what on earth for, Sherry?
I lost my watch.
Oh, you know, Sherry, I think this mummy case is rather beautiful. Just think, Cleopatra might be in one just like that. A woman like myself.
But not as cold.
A woman who once lived in love, full of the same passion, fears, jealousy, hates. And what remains?
Lydia Pinkham?
Just this case and nothing more. That's all that remains. Oh, I'd like to open it and stand inside.
Yes, Banjo, yes.
Here, Lorraine, I'll open it for you. Here, try it on for size.
Here I am, another woman living out her life. I want to cry.
Lorraine, have you ever played Cleopatra?
No, Sherry, I haven't. What makes you ask that?
There was something about you stood next to that case. It transcended any mortal expression I've ever seen.
Yeah, it certainly did. Whiteside, what does transcended mean?
Quiet, Banjo.
Oh, now, Sherry, you're just joshing me, aren't you?
My dear, I wouldn't make light of these things. I am deeply moved. There's a strange beauty about you, Lorraine. Pure Van Gogh. I would love to see you in that mummy case.
I feel too silly, Sherry.
Lorraine, at this moment, you've shown me rare beauty. You asked me a little while ago what I wanted for Christmas.
The two front teeth?
Quiet. All that I want, Lorraine, is the memory of you in that mummy case.
Oh, my darling, I'm all choked up. All right, I'll do it.
Here, Lorraine, let me. There.
I'm in.
Well, stay there.
Touchdown.
I'll kick the extra point.
Will she be all right in there?
Sure, I'll punch a couple of holes in her so she can breathe. I'll let her out as soon as we get on the plane. Wait a minute. How do we get this mummy case out of here?
Now, one thing at a time. That's the next step.
Well, think fast, Captain Hornblower. Think fast.
Banjo, I've got it.
I hope it's not catching.
Mr. Stanley's sister. I finally remembered that face.
If it was me, I'd have forgotten it long ago.
I knew I'd remember.
The time is up, Mr. Whiteside. 15 minutes.
Ah, yes, Mr. Stanley, 15 minutes. Will you do me a slight favor before I go?
I certainly will not.
Oh, I think you will, Mr. Stanley. Or shall I inform my radio audience that your sister, Harriet Stanley, is none other than the famous Harriet Sedley, who murdered her mother and father with an axe 25 years ago.
Mr. Whiteside, how did you find that out?
Now, Mr. Stanley, how would you like to have the good people of Massalia repeating that once popular little jingle? Harriet Sedley took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when the job was nicely done, she gave her father 41.
You win, Mr. Whiteside. What do you want me to do?
Oh, Sheriff, will you come in here, please?
Whiteside, you're a great man, and I despise myself for admitting it. You call, sir?
Come right in, Sheriff. Mr. Stanley, would you like to help this gentleman down to the airport with this mummy case? He's sending it to a friend in Nova Scotia.
They can't get good mummies up there.
Right, Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
Sheriff, handle that case carefully. Banjo, you're wonderful. I may write a book about you.
Don't bother. I can't read.
What now?
Don't drop that case, Sheriff. It's loaded. Goodbye, Maggie. And Maggie, don't worry about Lorraine. She just stepped out of the country for a minute.
Sherry! Sherry, was that...
It was indeed. Bert is all yours, and you have my blessing.
Oh, Sherry. Banjo, you're wonderful.
Maggie, get me my hat and coat. I'm leaving.
Come on, Whiteside. I'll drop you at the airport.
Oh, you're leaving, but Sherry, you're here. Where are you going?
Arthur Murray's for a rumba lesson. Don't argue. Do as you're told.
Yes, sir, Mr. Whiteside. I'll get to...
Come on, Whiteside. Hurry up. Before I go to Nova Scotia, I want to stop off at Lindy's for some rye bread.
All right, Banjo. All right.
Mr. Whiteside, you're walking.
Yep, I'm back in shape again, Bert. There's been a slight change of plan. I'm taking your play to Kathleen Cornell. Maggie will explain everything.
Oh, hello, Bert.
Hi, Maggie. Well, I don't have to go to New York. Can you stand it?
Oh, I think so.
Whiteside, drop a cage over these two lovebirds, will you? And come on, we can't keep the salmon waiting.
Mr. Whiteside, are you very busy?
Yes, Dr. Bradley, very. But if you ever come to New York, try and find me. Goodbye, Maggie, my lamb. I love you very much.
Sherry, you're wonderful.
Don't tell him he knows it.
Goodbye, Jefferson. You'll never know the trouble you've caused.
Goodbye. I'll walk you to the door.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Whiteside.
Look out for the milk bottle.
Oh, what was that?
Maggie, get the wheelchair. Call the nurse. Where's the doctor?
Oh, Mr. Whiteside. He slipped on the milk bottle and set right down again. Mr. Jefferson is talking.
Miss Green! I want Miss Green back. Mr. Stanley, I am suing you for $300,000.
Changes in this star Jack Benny as Fred and Whiteside, Charles Fourier as Marcel Duval, Gene Kelly as Banjo, Dorothy McGuire as Maggie, Gregory Peck as Bert Jefferson, and Rosalind Russell as Lorraine Sheldon. Also heard in the cast were Edith Angold, Eleanor Audley, Bea Benaderet, Lois Corbett, Willard Waterman, and Roland Winters. Music was composed, arranged, and conducted by Lee Harleen. Our play was adapted for radio by Hugh Wedlock Jr. and Howard Snyder, and was produced and directed by Mel Ferrer. This is John Garfield on behalf of the Actors Company. Thanks for listening, and Merry Christmas.
See what I mean? Rinso White, that's what I mean. Rinso gets clothes, Rinso White.
Say, Andy, where has you been for the last couple of days?
Oh, Amos, I tell you, the Kingfish and me has been up to our ears in work. We have just incorporated our new business.
Our new business?
That's right, son. Today is the grand opening of our employment agency. Oh, I'm telling you.
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, Jack Benny and Rochester. If you're ever in Montclair, New Jersey, and you hear a policeman's whistle that goes like this, it'll most likely belong to Officer William Howell. You've probably seen his picture in a Rinso ad. You see, Mrs. Howell whistles while she washes with Rinso, and Officer Howell has gotten used to hearing the Rinso whistle around the house. As he puts it...
Well, you'll have to ask a missus if you want all the dope. All I know about Rinso is that it sure gets my shirts white.
Sure, that's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Try it yourself, ladies. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester.
The best way to avoid having to take a job is to make sure that someone else gets it. And evidently, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens subscribe to this theory because they have recently opened an employment agency. As we find them now, they're talking over the prospects of their latest enterprise.
Well, then, there you is. The papers is all drawn up for a new corporation. Now, the only thing left is to find a name for a business. And I think I already got that. Stevens and Company Employment Agency.
Now, hold on a minute, Kingfish. Hold on. What is that Stevens and Company? I thought we were supposed to be 50-50 partners in this.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Andy, since the employment agency business was your idea, I figures to make you the most important partner. That's why I make you the company.
Company, huh? Did that make me the most important?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. If I is only called company, how is people going to know which company I is? Mm-hmm. For example, how will they know I ain't the company at the end of Sears Roebuck Ann?
Why, Ann, they can't miss. After all, ain't you a big white-collar executive who... Say, wait a minute. Ain't that Amos in his taxi cab driving up and just stopped in front there?
Yeah, that's Amos, all right. Yeah, and here he come with some fancy-dressed fella I never did see before. Hello there, Amos. Hello.
Well, hiya there, fellas. Glad I found you. And I want to introduce you to a fella who just come to town. Brother Stevens and Brother Brown shake hands with Mr. Rochester. Glad to know you, gentlemen. Glad to know you. Fellas, I was just driving Mr. Rochester down to his boss's hotel, and I dropped by in here because he thinks maybe he'd like to join the lodge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wants to join the lodge, huh? Yeah, well, Mr. Rochester, this is just the right time for joining, because the initiation fees has just been reduced for one day only to $3. You has got $3, Virginia.
Well, to tell the truth, what I got happens to be just a little short of $3.
How short?
$3. Well, you see, fellas, Rochester tells me the man he's working for is a little stingy. Oh, little stingy? Why, my boss is the only man I know who laundries his pipe cleaners.
If you ain't happy with your boss, you were certainly looking at the right men to get you a better paying job. What kind of work do you do?
I'm called a valet. I do the laundry, the cleaning, the cooking. I mow the lawn, wash the dishes, drive the car, shine the shoes, press the clothes, and other various miscellaneous sundries.
You do all that and they still call you a valet?
Yeah, any resemblance between my title and the work I got to do is purely coincidental and backbreaking. And all that work for $10 a week, if he picks up my next option.
Well, now, tell you what, you fill out this application blank here. Now, suppose we could get you a job with less work and more pay. Would you be interested?
There's no question about that, Brother Stevens. I'm so tired of having a job where the pay rattles that if you can get me one where the pay rustles, I'm your man.
I tell you, Rochester, I just won't stand for it anymore. Showing up 5 hours late. Always going to Harlem to shoot dice, wearing my clothes. By the time I get them back, I'm standing up straight, but my pants are kneeling. Is that the way to act? Well, answer me. Well, go on. Oh, you can't. No wonder you have no answer. But I've got one. I'm firing you. And don't think I wouldn't just because you've been with me 8 years. That doesn't mean a... All right. Those tears aren't going to help you. This time you've gone too far. You're fired, I tell you. Fired. Good thing Rochester isn't here. He might have quit. But wait a minute. Why do I put up with Rochester? Why don't I really fire him? I'll do it. I'm going out and find an employment agency right now.
Well, here we is, Rochester. Thank you, Amos, for driving me all the way downtown to my boss's hotel. I say, Rochester, the doorman's coming over here. He must be looking for you. Yeah. You looking for me, doorman?
Yes, and your boss is looking for you. He's been looking for you for the last 5 hours.
Uh-oh. Where's my boss now?
I just saw him in the lobby.
Oh, that's all right, then. I'll go in through the side door and pick up his suit I left to be pressed. Say, Rochester, I thought you said that you pressed all of your boss's suits yourself. I do when he wears them, but when I wear them, I want them done right. Well, goodbye, Amos. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, so long, Rochester.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to pull out. You can pick up a fare right here at the hotel taxi stand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Doman. Thanks very much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, taxi! Taxi!
Taxi right here, sir. Where to, sir?
Say, do you happen to know of a good employment agency up in Harlem?
Yeah, sir. A couple of friends of mine runs one.
Hey, that's great. How much will you charge to drive me just a few little blocks like that?
Well, it ain't exactly a few little blocks from 48th Street up to 135th Street, mister. But the charges is just what it say on the meter there.
Oh, well, all right. But isn't it the same price for one passenger as it is for a cab full?
Oh, yes, sir. 1 of 5 make no difference in the rate, no, sir.
Well, in that case, listen, driver.
Yeah.
Or the best you can, yeah.
Yeah, sir. Anybody need a cab going to Harlem? Anybody going to 110th Street? This cab goes right by 96th Street, 72nd Street,
59th Street? Too bad it isn't raining.
Tells you, Henry, this employment agency is going to be the best venture we done ever ventured into.
Yeah, we ought to do big things with this new client, Rochester.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about that. Say, wait a minute. Look like somebody coming in here, Henry.
Excuse me, is this Stevens and Company?
Yeah, sir. Come right in. You was talking to Stevens.
And Company. Put our card in your pocket, mister.
Yes, I suppose you was in the market to engage some help.
Well, yes, I'm looking for a valet.
A valet? Well, if there's one thing this office has got, mister, it's a valet.
Yeah, that's the one thing, all right.
Well, that's very nice. How much does this man get?
Well, the man we has got in mind gets $12.50.
12.5? Isn't that a little over ceiling?
Of course, you understand that is the full valeting price. That even includes buttoning up your vest for you.
Well, you see, fellas, I'm very warm-blooded. I never wear a vest.
Yeah, I don't, huh?
Never wear a vest. Well, that cuts down the work, all right. Guess it ought to cut down the price, too, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, with only the coat and pants, we can cut the price to 12 flat.
Well, to tell the truth, boys, I'm more than just warm-blooded. In fact, I'm inclined to be just a teensy bit hot-blooded. So half the year, I don't even wear a coat.
Yeah, well, with only the pants up on, I guess we can settle for $11.50.
Yeah, there's one good thing, Kingfish. He can't get any more hot-blooded than the coat and vest.
I guess he got to stop there all right.
Then it's settled. When can this man of yours start?
Yeah, well, we ain't exactly sure. But if you just write your name and phone number down on this application card here, why, we'll get in touch with you.
Yeah.
There you are. And I'll be expecting to hear from you.
Yes, sir, mister. Yes, sir. We is getting right on the ball.
So long, boys. Don't let me down.
Oh, no, sir. Hey, Andy. Where's that card Rochester filled out? We has got to phone him and tell him that we got him a brand new job with a boss that's just the opposite of the chiseler that he been working for.
Well, I wonder what will happen when Andy and the Kingfish discover that they have sold Jack Benny his own valet, Rochester. We'll find out in a moment. But right now, since we've heard what Officer Howell, our friend from the Rinso ad, had to say on the subject of Rinso white shirts, I think we ought to hear the other half of the story, Mrs. Howell's version. She writes,
My husband can stop traffic with his whistle, but the wash I hang on my line stops traffic, too, because it's Rinso white. And it isn't only that Rinso gets my clothes so white, it's that it saves me so much time. With 3 children to look after and a house to take care of, using Rinso is like having a helper at every turn. And Rinso is so easy on my clothes. Those suds get my clothes clean as can be, but they're so easy on fabrics and safe for my washable colors. You bet I wouldn't use anything else.
Now, I guess you're not surprised that Mrs. Howell's favorite song goes like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdie sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. Well, Andy and the Kingfish have certainly messed things up through their new employment agency. They've gotten Rochester to resign his job as Jack Benny's valet to take a brand new job as Jack Benny's valet. Of course, the boys don't realize the situation they've created, and we find them now elated over their great success.
Oh, I'm telling you, Andy, this employment agency is great. The very first day we open, we get a high-priced valet a brand new job.
Yeah, at the rate we're going to need another filing cabinet for all the names of our new clients.
Yeah. Say, by the way, son, don't you think we ought to see if the filing system that we got is functioning?
Functioning? How are we going to do that, Kingfish?
Yeah, well, you is in charge of the employees.
Yeah.
And I takes care of the employers.
That's right.
So you take that employee's card that Rochester filled out, and I'll take that card we got from the man who's given him the job. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how the information fits together.
Oh, yeah. Well, say here that he worked for Mr. Benny.
Then I looks at the card I got and finds out the name of the man he is going to work for from now on.
Well, what do it say on that card, Kingfish?
It say that, look like we must have got these cards mixed up here. Must have got the employee card in the employer file there. Here, let's switch cards.
Okay.
You give me your card, and you take the one I got.
Yeah, that ought to fix it. Now, what do I look for?
Well, now, let's get a brand new attack on this whole problem here. Now, this time, you tells me the name of Rochester's new boss. You tell me that.
Yeah, well, from what it say on this card, Rochester's new boss is a man by the name of Benny. On the card you got, Kingfish, who is the last man that he worked for?
According to this card, the name of the man is, let's switch cards again.
What's the matter now? What's the matter?
Well, I ain't sure, but it must be the duplicate filing system we got here. Now, there's only one thing to do. Now, let's turn the cards down on the desk here. Turn them down, face down.
Okay.
Now, clear your mind a minute now. Yeah. And let's start over.
Okay, I was ready here, Kingfish. But somehow I got a feeling about this.
So was I. A sneaking feeling. Benny ain't just no ordinary name, neither, you know.
No, I knows I done seen it somewhere before.
In 2 places, that's the trouble. Oh, well, there ain't no use of postponing this, Andy. Now, look here. Just turn up one little piece of the corner of the card and look again. Now, take it easy and sneak up on it.
I sneak him. Kingfish.
Yeah.
I see it again.
Brother Andy, I was kind of hasty to admit this, but I was afraid that without realizing it, we has just committed industrial bigamy.
Yeah, and since they made that a legal offense, we'd better get right over and see our lawyer, Gabby Gibson.
And now that we done told you the facts, Gabby, what we want to know is we really in trouble or is we just in trouble?
Boy, you're in a mess. You're really in a mess. What you done is manslaughter. Yes, indeed, it's manslaughter.
Manslaughter? Oh, me. How you figure that, Gabby?
Well, you messed up the job of this man. When he find out he's going to slaughter you, that's manslaughter if I ever had it.
Look, Gabby, you as attorney at law, now, can't you kind of peek around the corners of the law and see if you can't discover a couple of loopholes?
No, sir, don't think I can. Really don't think I can. No, sir.
Not even a little one that I could crawl through alone?
Now, wait a minute. Never mind the kingfish. Find a size 42 loophole so I can squeeze through, too.
There's only one way out of this, You got to convince Mr. Bennett this man he hired is essential and is frozen in his old job and therefore is not available. Now, wait
a minute there now. What does this essential mean?
What's this Rochester do? What's his job?
He's a valet.
A valet, huh? Sorry, boy, sorry. Valet ain't essential. Ain't essential, though, indeed.
Now, hold on there, Gabby. Do you know what a valet do?
Of course I do. Valet dresses people, put your clothes on.
Yeah, and that ain't essential?
Yeah, you just try going out in the street without your clothes on, you'll find out.
Well, boys, I see what you mean. I really see what you mean. But I doubt if the law covers that. I doubt it covers that.
Yeah, well, exactly what do the law cover? Because if you can tell us about it, I got an idea that we can use it to sort of convince Mr. Bennett.
Now, I understand what you say, boys, but how is it the man was available this morning and he's frozen this afternoon? Answer me that.
Yeah, well, you see, Miss Bennett, well, you know about Congress, don't you?
Congress?
Yeah, you know, they is down in Washington.
Oh. Then they haven't moved.
Moved? Kingfish, was they supposed to move?
Oh, no. They was lucky enough to get a lease renewed on their old place, yeah.
Now, listen, boys, this is all very interesting, but what has Congress got to do with my new valet not being available?
Well, Miss Penny, you know Congress. A couple of years ago, they made up a board down there to take care of jobs. It's called the NAOB.
Oh, the NAOB?
No.
I don't think I've ever heard of that particular board.
Oh, yeah, no, well, don't make no difference, because just this morning the NAOB decided to smack the public with a new ruling.
Yeah, that's right. We got it right here. We done copied it out of the book.
That's pretty fast. The ruling is made in Washington this morning, and you copied out of a book here in New York this afternoon. How come?
Priorities.
And is there any way I can arrange to read this ruling?
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is, Miss Benny. Got it copied here, identical, verbatim, word for word, and besides that, we didn't change a thing.
Let me see here. A guaranteed copy of ruling number 0001. Quote, whereas and wherewithal, we is sitting on this bureau, with not much to do, we is unanimously decided to inaugurate a new ruling on balloting.
Now comes the ruling part.
Naturally. The Paragiraffe 1. This law, we as resolving, is meant for all employers looking to employ, hire, or engage valets, especially and to wit, employers whose last name just happen to begin with the letter B. Small world.
Well, that's only because they does everything in Washington alphabetical, Mr. B.
Well, I'm glad it's at least impersonal, not just aimed at me.
Oh, sure. Well, go ahead. Finish reading the thing.
Yes, I'd love to. Last and final Paragiraffe. Any person who thinks this law is unconstitutional and wants to check up with the government, this person, hereafter referred to as the stool pigeon, has got to ask permission through this bureau, and the answer is no.
Yeah, them boys down there sure know how to plug up the loopholes, all right.
Yeah, I'm glad there's not much more here. Witness my hand and seal, signed... Hey, wait a minute. Whose signature is that at the bottom of this legal booby trap?
Oh, him. Why, he is the most important man in Washington. He signed all them big things. John Hancock.
Look, boys, forgetting everything else, what this boils down to is you can't produce the ballot you promised me, and I've already fired my old one. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, don't worry about that. That's part of our business. If you just tell us the name of this man that used to work for you, why, we goes out and does our best to get him back for you.
Well, all right. But if you don't have him working for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you two are going to be in plenty of trouble. Or my name isn't Jack D.
Go on, Kingfish. Read Rochester's last part of the ruling. That's the most important part.
Elucidate, gentlemen, elucidate.
Yeah. Well, this is what it say here, Miss Rochester, quote, and this law is meant for all valets, especially and to wit all valets whose name just happen to begin with the letter R.
Yeah, so you see, Rochester, according to this new law, we just can't put you in the new job. But we is willing to humiliate ourselves in front of your old boss and get your job back for you.
You mean to say I gotta go back to work for Mr. Benny?
Well, I guess you do.
Well, Already move over. Your wandering boy is home again.
Yeah, now, just put our card in your pocket here, Rochester, and as soon as this ruling thing blow over, we can get you a job that pays folding money.
It can't be too soon for me. I've been dreaming of a green Christmas.
Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss. I'm faced with a financial uncertain Christmas. A Christmas like I've always
Rochester, will you please stop that squawking? Do all those things I told you to. Because if you don't, as soon as a certain ruling is changed, I've got a card in my wallet of an employment agency that can get me a high-class ballot. Just like that.
And I'm just waiting for another ruling to take a card of an employment agency out of my pocket that will trump your card.
Brother Andy, don't sit there like you was dying.
Oh, Kingfish, we done certainly messed up this employment agency business.
Yeah, now, wait a minute there. No use getting downhearted so soon. Don't give up, Andy. Andy, you was a big executive with a white-collar job.
Yeah, you're right. I is a big executive. And I'm going to keep that in my mind all the time, too. Big executives like me never give up.
See there, Andy? Maybe that's another client. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come in. Well, Shorty the barber.
Hi, Kingfish. Hello, Andy.
Well, Shorty, hello. How's business at the barber shop?
Oh, it ain't so good. I've been losing money. I might go into bankruptcy. I just about busted, bro. I can't complain.
Yeah, well, that's fine, Shorty. Long as business is so good with you, maybe us executives can hire some extra help.
Yeah, well, that's what I come in for. You see, I need a shoe shine boy.
Oh, yeah, well, here, I'll get an application blank right here. Now, Shorty, how much do you pay the shoe shine boy?
Oh, it's the best paying job in the world. He can save a lot of. He'll get rich quick. Well, he can make more than not enough to live on.
No, yeah, I see.
Yeah, but on top of the $10 I pay, the shoe shine boy, he might make another $10 in tips.
$10 in tips, huh?
Mm.
Shorty, I is glad that you come to big white-collar executives like us. We has got just demand for you.
We is?
Yeah. So long, Kingfish. I'm taking that job myself.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me say that I'd be the last guy in the world to exaggerate. For instance, I wouldn't dream of telling you that when you use Rinso on your dishpan, your dishes march off the supper table, wash themselves, rinse themselves, and stack themselves neatly in the cupboard. But Soapy Rich Rinso will make dishwashing a lot easier than it is with bar soaps. You don't waste time trying to get suds. No, sir. Those Rich Rinso suds soap grease and crusted food particles loose in a jiffy. A swish of your dish mop, and everything is shiny bright and clean as a whistle. And Rinso's easy on your hands. Doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, get Rinso for dishes, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a Monday wash that's Rinso White. And now, let's hear what Amos and Andy are talking about.
In other words, Andy, Rochester's going back to work for Mr. Benny, huh?
Yeah, too bad, Sue. I sure feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that must be a tough job, all right, working for Mr. Benny.
Rochester claims it's the only private home in America that's got a swing shift.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Jack Benny and Rochester for being with us tonight. They have appeared through the courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you two big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe, it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The beer that made Milwaukee famous presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman,
And Benita Coleman.
inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College as the guests of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer.
The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the nation. Ask for Schlitz, the most popular beer in history. Now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The fall semester being well underway, Ivy's president, Dr. William Carpenter Hall, can steal a few moments now and then to dip into a magazine or scan the newspapers. With an educator, of course, who should maintain at least a nodding acquaintance with current affairs, this temporal theft is not subject to reproach. It's what might be termed stainless steel. As he says to his wife, Victoria, former star of the English stage,
Ah, the dear old fourth estate. To think of what mechanical ingenuity, what integrity, and what chicanery go into making up a modern newspaper? And for what? Eventually to line the pantry shelf or wrap the garbage.
Yeah, I know. Just granted Gloria Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and a big fat one on Sunday. If you're through with the home section, darling, I'll take it. I still have to learn how to make a decent pumpkin pie.
Well, then you'd better avoid the newspaper cooking experts and consult a female friend who has no editorial obligation to extol the virtues of pecans, marshmallows, whipped cream, and frosted watercress.
I think you're right. Simplicity and boldness is the right approach. A little filling with a lot of crust. Yeah, where's the home section?
Here she is, darling. You'll find an interesting suggestion in it about how to peel onions without weeping. You peel them underwater.
Not me. I've known it home abreast for 20 seconds.
No, you don't have to get underwater, my darling. Just put your hands in a pan of it.
Oh, good. I'd hate to have you come home and find me getting dinner in a diving suit with little air bubbles of domestic happiness popping out of my helmet. Is there anything interesting in your section, dear?
Not much. Except an announcement that my good friend Judge Merrick is retiring from the bench after 41 years of hazardous service.
Now, what's so hazardous about being a judge? I thought all they had to worry about was middle-age spread and not mashing their fingers under the gavel.
No, there's more to being a judge than trying to stay awake during protracted cases and tripping over a loose hem in a black robe. Many a good judge has been lost in the quagmires of local politics, objections sustained, and the tug of privilege at the elbow.
How did your good friend Judge Merrick avoid all that? By not listening?
No. He always heard every word. But when the verbiage was too thick, he'd call both attorneys before the bench and lean over and say quietly, Gentlemen, I am genuinely impressed by your extensive understanding of codes and statutes, but it is my painful duty to remind you that this case is about people.
Sounds a bit like a certain husband of mine.
I may have acquired a similar viewpoint. He was my professor in the history of law at Ivy. And it was the only law class in which Walt Whitman's poetry was studied as diligently as the civil code.
Well, I suppose there's no reason why rhyme and reason shouldn't lead. It's a shame this kind of influence is so rare.
Especially with an election coming up. Somehow the significance of the word people takes on entirely new meanings at election time. That is when vox populi is temporarily vox Dei, meaning
the voice of the people is the voice of God. You didn't catch me on that one, you see. Well, who's running and for what?
Well, several undergraduates on the student council have been drafted or called to reserve units, and some offices must be refilled, including the presidency.
Well, good heavens, a student body without a head. Oh, well, no head's better than two, I always say.
Judge Merrick's nephew is a candidate, Elihu Potter.
Oh, him, Elihu Potter, law student and a debater. He's always making speeches. He's having a love affair with his own voice. Any other candidates?
Yes, there are two others whose names I don't recall, and a girl, Deborah Jameson.
Pretty name. I hope she wins.
Well, your concern for the victory of a pretty name is rather typical of the average voter. It's sad to realize that so many elections, fraught with grave issues, have hung on the cut of a mustache, a mastery of political rhetoric, and an ability to play the guitar.
Or a willingness to play the piano.
Yes, I'm quite. However, I too hope Miss Jameson wins. At least I hope Potter does not.
Why? Don't you like him?
Well, knowing him by campus reputation only, I neither like nor dislike him. I deplore, however, his tendency to manipulate and his affection for expediency. I'm sure he didn't get his conception of legal ethics from Judge Merrick.
Well, surely he won't try anything shady in this election.
Politically speaking, the word shady is subject to various definitions, depending somewhat on the source of illumination. The glare of well-handled publicity sometimes makes a candidate look quite bright, and the dark shadows behind him appear natural and reasonable. You know, my darling, I have a feeling I just said something rather cogent.
Yes, but I'm sure you did, because I didn't understand it. Now, how does Mr. Potter feel about opposing a female candidate?
It appears to be young Potter's belief that women shouldn't be running for student body president. He seems to think that girls are unable to run gracefully, particularly against him.
How do you do? How do you do? Dr. Hall is in, I presume.
That's you, Mr. Wellman?
No, it's,
L.U. Potter.
That's funny. Sounded like Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall, I have something very important to discuss with you.
Well, go right ahead.
As I said, I have something very important to discuss with you.
Mr. Potter, discussing things with my wife present is a habit I developed in the earlier stages of my marriage. It's too late to change now. She knows too much.
I was only thinking she might be bored.
Well, if you're going to discuss what I think you're going to discuss, there's not a chance of my being bored. I'm going to be fascinated.
Oh, then, you know?
Everyone knows, Miss Potter. Only the balloting is secret, not the candidates.
Dr. Hall, well,
it's a good question.
Are you by any chance related to Mr. Wellman, Mr. Potter?
No, sir. No, sir. Friend of my family is all, not even remotely related. No, sir, not in any way.
Strange. Your conversational techniques are uncannily similar. But what is it you wish me to do?
Talk to the Jameson girl, Deborah Jameson. Get her to withdraw her candidacy.
Now, wouldn't that be influencing candidates? It is honorable practice.
What's dishonorable about influencing a candidate for her own good? All candidates for any office, they're always influenced. That's why we have political parties. They formulate platforms to influence the candidates, don't they? Newspapers influence them. So does public opinion. So do their mothers, their friends. Man that can't take advice is a bad candidate.
And one who takes too much isn't a candidate. He's a figurehead.
Well, just the same, Mrs. Hall, it's a politically acceptable practice.
There are a lot of accepted political practices, Mr. Potter, which we could do without. And as president of this college, I feel that to influence the outcome of a student election would be an abuse of power.
But you'd be doing her a favor, really. Save her a lot of embarrassment.
And at the same time, rid you of some important competition. Or do we leave that unstated?
Now, you mean, L.U., that she doesn't stand a chance of winning?
She hasn't got a prayer. Believe me, not a prayer.
That, my boy, is a colloquialism which I deplore and to which I do not subscribe. Everyone is entitled to a prayer. Not even a politician, who is quite apt to confuse the power of prayer with the prayer of power, can withhold that final privilege. Yes, she has a prayer, and therefore a chance.
If you're so convinced that Deborah's goose is already cooked, why are you bothering with all this? Just because you love a debate?
Matter of principle is all. Not only a waste of campaign energy, but it's against tradition. There's never been a woman president of the student body. Never in Ivy's entire history, never. And we have no intention in inaugurating the custom, believe me, no intention.
I take it your avoidance of the first person singular is not due to sheer modesty, Mr. Potter. So who is we?
Well, most of the members of the student council.
Well, it is not an impertinent or an embarrassing question. How do the women members of the council feel about it?
That they've gone far enough. We've convinced most of them that in the interest of the American home, it would be better if Deborah Jameson is restrained.
You mean if a woman is elected president of the Ivy student body, the family as we know it today is doomed?
It's a philosophical point, a sociological point. Women unrestrained will eventually replace men.
With certain exceptions, I don't think men have run the world up to now with any great success. Why not let us girls have a go at it? There might be a little hair pulling, but I'll bet there'll be more business in face powder than gunpowder.
Oh, my dear Victoria, you're opening up a whole new field of debate, one in which at some other time I would joyfully plunge.
How about tomorrow, 2:30 behind the gymnasium?
Potter, what happens if Miss Jameson insists on running for office? Or am I prying too closely into campaign strategy?
Well, the original strategy, Dr. Hall, was to see if you wouldn't try to discourage her, but that seems to have failed.
Well, my husband's reputation should have warned you that it would, Elihu. He'd be for the underdog if it had just bitten him through his best trousers.
So we try something else. We'll find a way.
Potter, there's a grim look in your eye, a sort of brass-knuckle determination, which impels me to issue a warning. Let not Judge Merrick's nephew stoop to devious tactics. He wouldn't like it, and neither would I.
You know my uncle, Dr. Holmes?
To paraphrase a fairly well-known exclamation, alas, poor Merrick, I knew him well. He served the law with honor and distinction. Go thou, Potter, and do likewise.
Battlefront, General?
Battlefront?
For the student election.
Oh, no. No, only that Miss Deborah Jameson has apparently been informed that the pernicious Potter was closeted with me, and suspects that I'm advising him on troop movement.
Oh, poor Johnny. Always in the thick of it.
Oh, this sort of thing is meat, drink, and French pastry to me. I'm always fascinated by undergraduate intrigue. It always seems
I suppose it is Mr. Potter, the woman hater, again.
Well, if it is, he's a convert. No woman hater could visit you more than once and maintain his status. But we'll see. How do you do?
Hello, Dr. Hall. I'm Deborah Jameson. Can I talk to you a few minutes?
Well, of course you can, Miss Jameson. Come in.
Thank you.
I'm happy to meet another contestant in our political arena. Victoria, this is Deborah Jameson.
Hello, Deborah. Sit down, won't you? We've already met your opponent, Mr. Potter.
Yes, I heard he was here, but I can't sit down, thank you. We're holding a street rally in a few minutes.
That's quite a schedule you've undertaken for yourself.
I haven't undertaken it. It's been forced on me, Dr. Hall. I just wanted to quietly run for office. I thought I was capable. But apparently a lot of other people don't think so.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of other people don't think.
I know how you must feel as a woman, Mrs. Hall, and I guess I should have expected Dr. Hall to line up with the men because he's a man.
Deborah, I did line up with them, but in somewhat the same way the Army and Navy football teams do.
You mean you haven't given LSU Potter your support?
Well, I not only haven't given him my political support, but I'm planning to withdraw my amiable attitude.
Oh, well, that's a relief, but I had to come over here to make sure. I couldn't believe you'd take sides in this.
Well, I couldn't very well. Do you really want to be student body president?
Not now. I did once. It would have been satisfying and exciting. Now it's a duty. I have to run. I have to try to win.
And with an ever-diminishing concern for what you're trying to win?
That's the trouble with fighting prejudiced people like LSU Potter, Dr. Hall. You get so taken up with the battle, you forget what it's for.
That's a concise epitaph of mankind's more eminent failures.
Well, thank you again.
Well, for what, my dear?
For not being prejudiced, I guess. Bye.
Goodbye. Dr. Hall speaking. Yes. They did what? But it has always been a majority, Potter. You can't just take a basic law and pull it out of shape to suit an immediate situation. Constitutional law is basic and not subject to expediency. Well, where are you speaking from? Oh, Mr. Wellman's office. That figures. Please tell Mr. Wellman not to leave. I'm coming right over. Now.
Dirty work at the crossroads, dear. Foul play and hugger-mugger in the old churchyard.
All three of them. It seems the Potter faction checked over the student constitution, the sections governing elections. Section 3 states that the president shall be elected by the largest number of votes.
Well, don't tell me they found a hole in that.
They found a slight ambiguity and stretched it into a gaping aperture. The largest number of votes has always been interpreted as meaning a majority. The special meeting of the council has reinterpreted it to mean a plurality.
Well, it sounds to me like reinterpreting a barking dog into a dog that barks.
But in elections there's quite a difference, which I shall attempt to clear up for you and for me sometime in the future. In this case, with so many candidates running, they were afraid Deborah Jameson might get in on the runoff. So they tampered with the Constitution. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going over to the administration building and see Mr. Wellman about this and another matter.
Yes. It seems to me if you feel it's wrong to mess around in student elections, Mr. Wellman ought to keep his six-fingered hands off it, too.
Yeah, I quite agree. Anyway, it gives me a chance to see Mr. Wellman on his own ground.
What if anyone calls while you're out?
You just tell him I'm taking my constitutional.
Moving world we live in. Some things that are new today may be commonplace tomorrow and out of date next week. Shep Waterford, the automobile dealer here in Ivy, was discussing that subject with me just recently.
You know, Ken, I can still remember the first car I ever sold. It was the last word. It had just about everything new and modern that the manufacturers could dream up. But now, I look at some of the buggies on my showroom floor and, well, I wonder how it could ever have been new. But like they say, time changes all. Take your friends, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company. When they started brewing Schlitz over a century ago, there was strictly a small outfit, like the early car makers. Well, in time, Schlitz made its hometown, Milwaukee, famous as the world's brewing center. And in time, the brewery grew to the point where now they brew and sell more beer than anyone else. Same thing in the auto business. A few of the car makers made Detroit famous as the Motor City. There's just one reason back of these success stories. It's giving the American public real quality right from the start. Now, the taste of Schlitz, as far as I'm concerned, is the best you can get. And you know that taste will never get out of date. That's one of the few things that the passing years can't change. As long as other folks keep on liking that taste as much as I do, I'm sure Schlitz will stay the most popular beer in history.
Well, Champ, if you could ask everyone who prefers Schlitz why he does, you might get a million different explanations. They'd all boil down to the one word that you used a couple of times. Taste. That's the reason Schlitz beer is first in sales in the USA. Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Return to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall with an expression of firm resolve on his face, just entering Mr. Clarence Wellman's office in the administration building.
Hello, Dr. Hall. Sit down. I know exactly why you're here. Sit down, Dr. Hall. Sit down.
Thank you.
Have a cigar?
No, thank you.
Oh, all right. Mind if I smoke?
I view it with pleasure, Mr. Wellman, with or without tobacco.
With or without tobacco? I don't know what you... Oh! You mean you don't care if I burn to a crisp? Well, under the circumstances, I don't know that I would...
Mr. Wellman, as president of this college and also...
Yeah, I know. As president, you don't think you should interfere in student politics, and you don't think I, as gunman of the chair of board, the chairman of the board of governors...
chairman of the Board of Governors should be involved. Or I might say...
Wellman, as president of this college...
You said that, Dr. Hall. And let me tell you, I had nothing to do except maybe in an advisory capacity. I mean, when I'm asked for advice, I give advice, just like you. And when you tell me I should have stayed out of this business, changing the Constitution...
What
is it?
That is not what I wanted to see you about, primarily. Although I do think you were at fault if you advised young Potter in his devious maneuvers.
Well, if you don't want to... I mean, if that's not what you came here for, what did you want?
Your contribution.
My what?
As president of this college and as local head of the community chess drive, I want your contribution.
Well, so why didn't you... I mean, here I thought you came over to scold me for... That is...
Now, please get out your checkbook and make out quite a large check to the community chest. Its goal this year is $8,366,328.
Wait a minute. You were asking me for $8 million when last year... I thought I was being generous when I get... How can you possibly ask me, just one person, to...
No. The community chest is not asking you to defray its entire expense for 1 year, Mr. Wellman. No. Just a 25% increase over what you gave last year.
Well, that's quite different. I mean, I can understand why. I mean, with everything going up and all
exactly. Since Korea, penicillin has gone up 110%, bandages 80%, and so on. Oh, I don't have to tell you what the community chest does, the many organizations and agencies it serves. So, your check, please.
Oh, very well. Now, let me see. What amount did I...
Here we are. It's on this slip of paper. I've added 25%. Here's the total.
There you are, Dr. Hall.
Thank you. Well, I hope people elsewhere will be as prompt and as generous as you, because it's unthinkable not to give all we can. The heart of every community should be big enough to fill its chest. Now, thank you, Mr. Wellman. You've been very helpful.
Oh, I'm helpful, all right. And about the Potter-Jameson election. I helped her, too. I knew Elihu was stooping pretty low, so I called her up and gave her some advice.
Well, now, may I ask what advice you offered her?
Well, she's a girl with girlfriends, and he's a boy with boyfriends, so, I told her to read Lysistrata.
Mr. Wellman, I retract everything I have said and thought about you up to today. This doesn't commit me to anything tomorrow. But Lysistrata, it's wonderful. You're a surprising man, Mr. Wellman.
Yeah. All right,
Lysistrata, the Greek play about the girls who refuse to go back to their boyfriends unless they stop fighting wars all the time.
Yes, that's roughly the theme, my darling. An insistence that the gentlemen lay down one set of arms before they use the other set. Did you read it, Deborah?
No, I didn't have time, but I asked some of my friends who wore glasses about it and got the general idea. And I might say the male half of the student council is in something of a panic. They'll get no more dates than a fig tree. But I don't know what good it'll do now. I lost the election. Potter's in.
But demand a recount or something.
Oh, I couldn't do that. The election was legal.
Was it?
Of course. What do you mean, Dr. Hall?
By what authority are the council members on the council?
By authority of being elected to it.
Elected by a majority or a plurality?
Uh-oh. I begin to see a loophole in a loophole. Well, I'm afraid I don't get it.
Deborah, if the members of the student council who elected Potter instead of you, and by a narrow margin at that, are holding office under a cloudy title, not only your defeat, but their elections are possibly illegal. If, by altering the Constitution to favor a certain candidate, they have perpetrated an illegal act, either the new members or the old members are holding office unconstitutionally. I think it requires a friendly and disinterested legal opinion.
Well, That certainly knocks the whole business haywire, doesn't it? Where can we get this legal opinion?
Judge Merrick.
Judge Merrick, he's Potter's uncle. Aren't we kidding ourselves?
Not if what my husband says about the judge is true, Deborah. If you know what I mean, he does not interpret the law relatively. Merrick told them to hold another election, and they did, huh?
They did.
And Deborah won this time, fair and square?
No, Deborah lost again, but fairly and squarely. She's really quite happy about it.
Oh, don't tell me LSU Potter is student president.
Very well, darling, I won't.
Well, but is he?
Yes, who?
LSU Potter, is he?
Is he what?
William T. Hall. Now, let me warn you, I have just read Mrs. Starter again myself.
No. Please. I give up. The new student president is one Herman Bollinger, known to his loving classmates as the Weevil. And, as sufficient unto the day, he is thereof, I suppose.
I never heard of him. Dark horse candidate. And why are they called dark horses, by the way?
Oh, probably because it's hard to see them running until they get to the finish line. But in this case, I'm delighted to see the victory of a dark horse over a brilliant jackass.
You don't mean Deborah?
Oh, no. I mean Potter. But Deborah is a filly. Running out of her class. And now that we have torn up our mutual tickets, I must make out my community test report.
Starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Good night, everybody.
Good night from all of us.
And from our sponsor, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and its thousands of friendly dealers throughout the nation. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield, Deborah Jameson was Virginia Gregg, and Elihu Potter was Sidney Miller. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy is presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy on television the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars with the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking. Now join the great Gildersleeve on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis to sing McNamara's Band.
Oh, me name is McNamara, I'm the leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play at funerals, we play the march from Saul. Oh, the drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Hennessy toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band.
Oh, what a parade we're having here. The grandest parade I've ever seen in all my life. You never see the likes of it.
Right now we are rehearsing for a very swell affair. The annual celebration, all the gentry will be there. When Eisenhower to Ireland came, he took me by the hand. Says he, I never saw the likes of McNamara's band. Oh, what a band you have there. The greatest thing I've ever seen in all my life. Oh, my name is Uncle Julius, and from Sweden I have come to play with McNamara's band and big the bass like drum. And when I march along the streets, the ladies think I'm grand. They shout, there's Uncle Julius playing with an Irish band. The drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Hennessy toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band. It's the grandest and the finest and the most wonderful band that I've ever seen. If you don't agree, just to be sociable, I'll fight the best man in the house. And I'm not long for this world. Credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, it's late afternoon as we look in at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. An afternoon you might think like any other. But if you did, you'd be wrong. For as far as our hero is concerned, it's just about the greatest afternoon of his life. He's just burst open the front door of the Anderson house in a state of wild excitement to come face to face with his astonished girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Mildred, the evening paper. Is it here? My picture's in it, Mildred. My picture.
Your picture?
Yeah, for the Weaverville safety campaign to cut down street accidents. You see, some people cross the streets outside of the safety zone, some cross against the lights, some cross diagonally from corner to corner.
But why did they take your picture?
I was the first person to do everything wrong at the same time.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure, I'm famous. I've been chosen the pedestrian most likely to decease. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, yes, I guess so. How long has this safety campaign been going on?
Oh, it started this morning. The mayor began it himself with speeches at the corner of 3rd and Elm from the hospital.
Gee, 2 speeches in one morning?
Well, it was really one speech continued. While he was speaking at the corner of 3rd and Elm, a car hit him.
Well, the paper's right here. Let's see now.
Look, right there, on page 1. Read that caption.
Do you wish to visit a cemetery permanently?
All you have to do is walk across the street in the criminally careless manner of Dennis Day, 22, whose photo appears above.
That's me.
At first, Mr. Day was believed drunk or crazy, but it was later learned he walks this way all the time.
I'm going to send clippings to all my friends.
Well, they've certainly given you quite a... Why, Dennis!
Huh?
The picture. It isn't your picture at all.
Oh, Mildred, you must be mistaken.
But I'm not. Look. Your hair's black. This man's a blonde. You're clean-shaven. He has a mustache. You have a small nose, and he has a great big one. And you're wearing a blue suit. He has on a gray one with a Dewey button in the lapel. Don't you see?
Gee, you're right. It can't be me. I'm a Democrat.
Of course it isn't you. They ran a picture of another man over your story.
Oh, that's a fine thing. I nearly get myself killed, and they give someone else credit for it.
Yes, I know how you feel.
Gee whiz.
Well, I'm going over to Aunt Marjorie's house for dinner. I guess I won't see you till tomorrow.
Well, okay, Mildred. Darn it anyway. And I was going to use that picture to start a couple of scrapbooks for our children.
Gee. Do you really think we'll have some someday, Dennis?
Why not? I saw some swell ones for sale at Woolworth's the other day. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mildred.
Dinner will be ready as soon as Dennis comes down, Herbert.
Very well, Poopsie.
By the way, isn't it about time you had a little talk with your daughter about that young man?
No, I doubt if it'll do much good. I probably won't get any further with her than I do with you, dream thing.
Well, see that you try. Hand me that evening paper over there on the table, Herbert.
Yes, lover girl. May I look at my part of it?
Here.
Thank you. My, the classified ad section is bigger than usual tonight. Great Scott.
What's the matter?
Why, right here on page 18, among the ads, there's a picture of Dennis Day.
Dennis Day? What's his picture doing in the paper?
Well, listen to what it says under it. Still missing after 4 years' search, Schuyler Van Rensselaer, heir to the great Van Rensselaer sardine fortune, pictured above, is believed amnesia victim.
You mean... Oh, Herbert, it can't be Dennis Day.
It must be. It's his picture.
Amnesia. So that's it. I knew no one could act like Dennis does and be normal. Oh, that poor, unfortunate, dear, sweet, rich boy.
Gosh, Dennis Day isn't Dennis Day, the soda jerk, at all. He's Schuyler Van Rensselaer, who was in the fish business.
I knew there was something about that boy.
Really? Well, I've stood very close to him, and I never noticed it.
Read the rest of it, Herbert.
Well, it just says, young Van Rensselaer was born November 17th, 1926. His brother and sister are offering $10,000 reward to anyone successfully aiding him in the recovery of his memory.
10,000? Herbert, we've got to bring back that boy's memory. My maternal instincts have been aroused.
Yes, I know how you feel. Well, say, I hear him coming downstairs now.
Now, I'll handle this, Herbert. You aren't to say one word until I tell you. Do you understand?
Very well.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, dinner ready yet?
Dennis, I want to talk to you.
To me, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes. Do you know who you are, my boy?
Why, yes, ma'am, I think so.
Who?
Well, offhand, I'd say I was me.
No.
I'm not?
Definitely not. We have proof.
Gee, I was so certain, too.
Now, Dennis, try to think. Do you remember your father?
Oh, sure. He was a relative of mine.
Did he ever discuss with you what you'd be doing in your later life?
Well, let's see. I do remember my father saying he hoped I'd grow up.
Yes?
That's all.
We'll try a new tack. What do you know about your birth?
Well, I'm pretty sure it happened.
I don't mean that. Do you remember where you were born?
Well, Mother told me it was in a small town out west.
Wrong. You were born in a big eastern city.
Oh. Well, anyway, it was in 1925.
Wrong again. It was 1926.
In June?
November.
Gee, Mother didn't know much about me, did she?
Herbert, you may take over.
Yes, Poopsie. Now, Dennis, I want you to concentrate.
Yes, sir. On what?
Sardines.
Yes, sir.
Are you concentrating on sardines?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now tell me, who is your father?
A sardine?
Poopsie, you may have it back again.
I give up. No. Wait a minute. Of course. You know how loss of memory is always cured in the movies. A sudden blow on the head.
Yeah.
Hand me the fire tongs, Herbert.
Poopsie, no, you can't. We're not sure he is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
So if he's Dennis Day, have I lost anything?
No, Poopsie, but there must be another way. If the boy has two selves, we'll bring the other one out. And meanwhile, let's go into dinner, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Mrs. Anderson. Both of me is very hungry.
Now, before we continue a day in the life of Schuyler Van Rensselaer, here's our young hero, Dennis Day, to sing I'll Never Love Again.
I'll never love again. If you forget me, my heart won't let me love someone new. I'll never dream again. How could I go on dreaming if each dream that we made would have suddenly fade in the glow? I'll never thrill again to someone's kiss. For what good would it do if you I'll miss? My heart is yours alone. So be careful, don't break it. For if you ever should, darling, I never could love again.
Well, because of a transposed newspaper photograph, the Andersons are convinced that Dennis Day is really Schuyler Van Rensselaer, suffering from amnesia. It's the following morning now, and Dennis has left for his job at Willoughby's drugstore. Meanwhile, Mrs. Anderson is enlisting Mr. Willoughby's aid over the phone in restoring Dennis's memory.
But, Mrs. Anderson, it's incredible. You're positive it was his picture? Yeah. Well, we've got to restore that poor boy's memory. Not only for the $10,000 reward, but for other reasons, which don't interest me. Huh? Well, shock sometimes snaps them out of it. I may try that. Yes, you see, shock. Oh, I'll have to hang up, Mrs. Anderson. Here he comes.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby. I beg your pardon, sir?
Quick, what's your name?
Mr. Willoughby, do you feel all right?
Of course I do. What's your name?
Gee, if you can't remember it, don't go near Mrs. Anderson. She'll let you have it with the fire tongs.
Dennis, you need help. You've got to recover your true identity of Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Yeah, that's what Mrs. Anderson says, too.
Well, there's only one way to get that help, my boy. Go to a psychiatrist.
You think a foot doctor can help me?
A psychiatrist is a doctor of the mind, Dennis. And there's a very good one right here in Weaverville.
But, Mr. Willoughby,
Dr. Walsberg has handled cases much more abnormal than your son. One patient of his bit his nails. Dr. Walsberg cured him within 2 weeks.
Well, a person can bite his nails and still be normal, can he?
Not when he does it right through his shoes. I know Dr. Walsberg can straighten you out, my boy. Will you go to see him?
But, Mr. Willoughby, I'm perfectly normal. Honest, I am.
Dennis, you want to be heir to a fortune, don't you?
Gee, you mean a psychiatrist can do that for me?
He certainly can.
Boy, that's different. I should have gone to one of those fellows before I ever started working.
Splendid. I'll phone him that you're on the way. Come in, my boy. Come right in.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now then, you're the young man who thinks he's Dennis Day. That's your trouble, is it?
Yes, sir, and I've got it bad.
Well, we'll soon have you all straightened out. Suppose we get a little of your background, what you remember of it.
Yes, sir.
Let's go right back to your babyhood. What kind of a baby were you?
A boy.
Yes, I know. But was there anything unusual or odd about your babyhood?
Well, half the time I couldn't see.
Ah, I couldn't see?
That's right. It was on account of my mother being so nearsighted.
Oh, heredity, eh?
Oh, no, sir. It was just that half the time she put the rubber pants on the wrong end of me.
I see. Perhaps we should take a somewhat later age. Say about the time you first became aware of girls.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you realize there is an age at which young men become acutely aware of girls, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir, and I can hardly wait.
Obviously schizophrenic.
Again, how I'd like to beg it?
Schizophrenic, split personality.
Oh.
You have submerged your true character, hard-drinking, woman-chasing Van Rensselaer, beneath the assumed character of Dennis Day, who is just the opposite. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, sir. It's just that I don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, your amnesia is caused by an inner revulsion to your true self. I can confirm my findings with a very simple test. Have you ever heard of word association?
No, sir. I don't join many clubs.
I'm referring to a psychopathological test. Or to try and put it more understandably, neurasthenic.
You missed.
In any event, I will give you a word. You are to tell me the word you associate with it. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Black.
Black.
Black? I thought you'd say white.
We just met, Doctor. I don't want to start an argument with you.
It isn't an argument, it's a test. If I said boy, you'd say girl. Now do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair.
Thanks, but I've already got one.
Chair is the word. You're supposed to say table. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll try it again. Son.
Okay, try it again.
I am trying it again. Please listen. Son.
I'm listening, Pop.
Son is the word I gave you. You're supposed to tell me the word it makes you think of.
Oh, moon.
At last. You finally understand what I mean. Are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Bad.
That isn't the word!
Oh. I'm sorry.
I'll give you the word now. Table.
Martin O'Malley.
What has Martin O'Malley got to do with table?
Well, he's a friend of mine from Hooperstown where I used to live. He was always under it.
Well, so much for word association.
Yes, sir.
In fact, for tests of all kinds. Young man, there is only one practical treatment for your condition. Hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes. You will permit me to put you into an induced hypnotic trance, as distinguished from the one you're in now. I believe I can reactivate your subconscious and restore your identity.
You mean you're going to hypnotize me?
Exactly, if you will permit it.
Well, there is a fortune waiting for me, I hear. Go ahead.
Very well. Now look deep into my eyes. That's it. You're getting drowsy. Your senses are becoming numb. You're falling asleep. Asleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Hey, Doc, wake up.
Pardon me. Sometimes it goes into reverse. Look into my eyes again. Deep into my eyes.
You're getting drowsy. Languorous. That's it. You're falling asleep. Sleep. Sleep. You're now in a hypnotic state. Listen to me. You are not Dennis Day.
I am not Dennis Day.
Your name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
My name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
You are very rich.
I'm loaded.
You're a playboy, mad about women.
I'm a playboy, mad about women.
You like to take a drink now and then. When you awaken, you will go home, but remember nothing of Dennis Day. You will be Schuyler Van Rensselaer, the playboy. And now, awaken.
Still no sign of him, Flipsy. Are you sure the boy's all right?
Of course he's all right, Herbert. Mr. Willoughby told me on the phone he'd sent him to Dr. Allsberg, the psychiatrist.
And you really think that he'll come back here thinking he's Schuyler Van Rensselaer?
I do.
If I know Dennis, there's a much better chance that Dr. Allsberg will go back to Vienna thinking he's Sigmund Freud.
You're always...
Oh, that may be he. I'll go. Dennis!
The name is Schuyler, Shorty. Who are you?
Why, don't you know me? I'm Herbert Anderson.
Glad to meet you, Herbie. Is that all there is of you, or are you standing in a manhole?
My goodness gracious.
Oh, there you are, Dennis. You're back.
Who's this character, Shorty? Your mother?
What? How dare you?
Skip it, babe.
Babe! Why, you never called me anything but Mrs. Anderson in your life.
Well, don't crowd your luck. Well, how about a little snort, huh? Just a single scotch with a gin chaser for me. I'm on the wagon.
Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Mother, have you heard of it? Oh, there you are.
Hiya, baby. What's next?
Oh, Dennis.
My name isn't Dennis, Toots. Just call me Castor Oil.
Castor Oil? Why?
Because I'm bad medicine, Toots. Get your coat on, kid. We'll go for a drive in the park.
But I don't want to drive in the park.
You not only get a drive in the park with me, babe, you get a park in the drive.
Mother, what's come over Dennis? Why, he's become a terrible ladies' man.
Yes, sir. All I need now is a terrible lady. Oh, you, Frizzlecop. You busy?
Frizzlecop? Why, you've got...
I've got $10 million.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
Oh, forget it. This is the babe I'm interested in. What do you say, dollface?
Oh, how could you be so awful? You ought to be ashamed.
Now, don't race your motor, Toots. I'm feeling give-inny if you're feeling give-outy.
Oh, you beast. Take this.
Why, Mildred. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. What? Where am I?
Uh-oh. I think the enchanted hour is over.
Why, you're home, Dennis. What on earth happened to you?
Gosh, I don't know. The last I remember, I was in Dr. Allsberg's office. He hypnotized me.
Hypnotized you? Then you're not Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Oh, please, don't start that again. I'm Dennis Day. Honest, I am. Mildred, did I act funny?
I should say you did. And the things you had nerve enough to say to my mother.
Oh, golly. I'm going down to the doctor's office right now and tell him off plenty.
And I'm going with you, Dennis.
Are you going to tell him off too, Mr. Anderson?
No, sir. I'm going down for a treatment.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are here to demonstrate for you. As our curtain goes up, we find a policeman looking over a young boy who is sitting on a porch.
Did you see that, Officer Cassidy?
Did you see Mary slam that door? Jeepers, a fine thing when my girl puts out both the cat and me.
Danny, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be believing this. Might I be inquiring what's the charge?
Well, that's what I don't know, Officer Cassidy. The girl won't talk. Why, I bet even the third degree wouldn't get a reason out of Mary.
Well, now, I wonder if you're in the clear on a certain charge I'm thinking of, Danny. You know, it could do you no harm to appear before your dentist nearby.
And here's what Danny found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream Safe Polishing Agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day and Charles Dant's beautiful arrangement of September Song. Dennis Day can be heard with Jeff Benny every Sunday. And be sure to be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
It's new, it's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumas, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to stay tuned for the Mr. District Attorney program, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Dee Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Coop. Come undone.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, folks, does your vacuum cleaner vic when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work? Except his Uncle Rupert. We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse. For the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants. Yeah, goodbye.
Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Suki, where did you get that high, stiff collar? It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's comfortable, comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Suki in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck,
Yes, come on, Zookie, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape. But I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, just the same, Mr. Blanc. You will be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Now, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, be businesslike.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend. And we had a swim and a rub-down together. Wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What'd they want?
Well, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that will be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man!
Thank you. I'm Mel Blanc.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I must take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans.
But...
Young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well, then start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute, Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Who ever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty will be... What?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blank.
But I tell you,
Not a word now. I'll see you in the fair.
Gosh, I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman, and now I'm a male prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
When two is company, take it from me, a breath of trouble is very NG. Yes, indeed, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, may ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job. Yet anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath, even you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
Huh? I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask, you-know-what.
What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake.
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you said...
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give them dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yeah, to each his bone. Why, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zookie.
You know, they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah.
Those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Zookie, I thought I'd never find you.
Yeah, I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Mel is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
Yeah.
One of us has to eat up Mel's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Zookie, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? Yes, some marble cake. Very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Zookie!
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am, as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh. I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blank, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zookie did.
Zookie? Oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blanc.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blanc, come out from under that counter.
Oh, I was just looking for Zookie.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hand. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I had to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
Oh, Mel, Putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zuki ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zuki.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zuki, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yeah, Zuki, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's the cement mixer, Putty Putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookyism. What's a Zookyism? Well, wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, have you wondered why opportunity stays away from your door? Perhaps a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has caught up with you. It's best to be on your guard. So do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and Q's. People should let them eat cake.
This is Scott Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Rhines. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And here's the Fred Allen Show, presented by the makers of Shepherd Cheese and Tenderleaf Tea. And while Fred Allen is pinning on his town marshal's badge for his trip down Allen's Alley, let's talk a moment about Shepherd Cheese. In our enthusiasm for the Sunday night toasted cheese sandwich and for Shepherd Chevelle, Chevel, Chevelle cheese food as the ideal way to make it, let's not forget that after all, Chevelle is a main dish food, too. It has that fine, natural cheese flavor that's perfect for a cheese omelet or souffle. Yet Chevelle is mild enough to blend perfectly with many other foods, fish, seafood, vegetables, and tangy enough to spark up bland foods like spaghetti, macaroni, or noodles. All of these are fine Lenten dishes if you give them the genuine, distinctive flavor of Chevelle. Remember Chevelle, quick to melt, smooth to spread, easy to slice. And get it tomorrow in the bright red package when you shop. Chevelle is made by the Shepherd folks, quality cheesemakers for more than 40 years. So always say Shepherd, S-H-E-F-F-O-R-D,
Shepherd for fine cheese.
Mrs. Nussbaum, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Shortly I'm commencing, kiddies.
The Shepherd Cheese and Tender Leaf Tea presents the Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, the Quiz Kids. Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and oh yes, Kenny Delmar.
Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, the world observes the 100th anniversary of the birth of Alexander Graham Bell. Tonight, paying tribute to the telephone, we bring you a man with 2 rings under his eyes. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Portland, I'm sorry, I thought you'd never get to me the way you were going. I'm glad you mentioned, in the same breath with me, I'm glad you mentioned Alexander Graham Bell.
Oh, he was a great man.
Yes, he was, Portland. Just think, Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. And if he was alive today, he probably couldn't even get one. That's a light one. We start with little light ones. You see what happens as we go along. Even if it's nothing, you will see what happens.
Mama says Bell may have invented the telephone, but Dr. Gallup invented the pole.
Well, that wasn't one for you, too. Well, never mind that. Tell me, Portland, what's in the news this week?
Admiral Byrd is leaving Little America.
Why?
Oh, he heard there was more snow back here.
Really? I read it was so cold at Little America, when the men played cards, every time they dealt a hand, they had to put a mitten on it. I think we kept that joke up too late. That joke is a little tired, I think. It's been up too late.
Why do we have cold jokes every week?
Well, my writers... See, now we've got the straight lines are beginning to get less. This may be the whole end of radio. As soon as the punctuation gets laughs, I'm quitting. Would you read that again, Portland?
Why do we have cold jokes every week?
Cold jokes? Well, my writers haven't any overcoats. They write what they feel, you know.
Radio writers must have a precarious existence.
Oh, they do.
Precarious? That's the first time I've ever seen that word in one of your strips.
Well, it's that new writer I hired. He's from Harvard. He had another word he wanted to put in. It had a hyphen in it.
A hyphen?
Yes, the censor took the hyphen out. He thought it was an exclamation point that had fallen down.
I'd hate to be a radio writer.
Oh, yes, it's a precarious life, Portland. Say, precarious again. That Harvard man sure earned his money this week. Tell me, what's next?
The prices at the movie theaters are coming down.
Yes, I guess they're trying to help business.
Instead of cutting prices, the movie theaters should put more butter on their popcorn.
Not a bad idea. Less corn on the screen and more butter in the bag.
That would be precarious.
Precarious?
That Harvard man is overdoing
He
it.
certainly is. And I think we're overdoing it, too, Portland. We better start for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, figures have just been published showing that the circulation of newspapers reached a record high in 1946. And so our question is, do you take a daily newspaper? And if you do, what feature do you like best?
Shall we go?
As the Gruen Watch said to the Boulevard, let's run down. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, the senator must be cooking a turtle. The smoke is coming out of his chimney very slowly. Well, let's knock.
I say, somebody wham or flash.
Yes.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Say, Senator, your eyes are all red.
I've been crying, son.
Really?
I've been bellowing and boo-hooing.
Yes?
I must have slopped up 20 pieces of burlap.
What What made you cry, Senator?
I seen a moving picture. I started crying at the box office.
Crying at the box office?
Got there just as the prices changed.
What picture did you see?
The Yearling. It's the story of the South. Yeah. It's a poor family. There's a little boy and a deer. The bears eat the pig. Then there's a tornado, blows everything away.
Now, wait. Don't break down, Senator.
Well, that dirty, wrecking tornado, that wind was from the north.
Don't take it so hard, Senator.
Wait till I dry my eyes on my shirt tail.
All right. You liked the yearling, eh, Senator?
I only found one boner in the whole picture.
A boner?
That little deer was a doe.
Uh-huh.
That's the first doe I've seen in the South for 30 years.
Well, never mind that. What about this newspaper question?
Well, every man in the South takes a daily paper.
You mean?
No matter how poor a man is.
Yes?
As soon as he's had his breakfast, his grits and backfat, that is.
Yes.
He goes out in front of his cabin.
Yes.
Crawls out on the ground.
Yes.
And he opens up his paper.
And he reads it?
No, he puts it over his head to keep off the flies.
The flies?
Son, many a man in the South who can't read has sex on him. So long.
That takes care of the Senator with his fly comedy. Let's see if Mr. Moody is still up.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about newspapers?
Why, it pays to advertise in them, I can tell you that.
You had an experience?
Yep. When I was young and full of sap, I was the champion wild strawberry picker of Rockville County.
I see.
One prize I won was a clamshell ashtray and a trip to the city.
You went to the city?
Yeah, carrying the clamshell ashtray.
Well, why?
In case I felt like smoking on the way.
Oh.
I had some corn silk with me.
Oh, I see. But tell me, why did you go to the city?
They called it publicity.
Uh-huh.
I had to get photographs with the champion cranberry picker of Cape Cod.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. Me and the cranberry picker shook hands.
You did, eh?
His hands was wet, clear up to his elbows.
But what about this ad you put in the newspaper?
Why, one day in the city, my pearl handle jackknife with a picture of Lillian Russell on it was missing.
I see.
I put an ad in the newspaper.
Uh-huh.
I went straight from that newspaper office to my room at the Y.
Yes.
I put my hand into my outer overalls.
Yes.
There was my pearl handle jackknife.
Really?
15 minutes after I put that ad in the newspaper,
yes,
I had my jackknife back. So that proves it pays to advertise. So long, Bob.
So long, Mr. Moody. I wonder what Mr. Moody's doing with a jackknife. He looks a little old to cut up. Well, let's try next door.
Howdy, Double Duty.
Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you look taller tonight.
For a lark, I'm putting on Adler shoes.
For a lark, eh?
This is an expression, a colloquial.
Oh, I see.
A lark is also a bird.
Well, I know that.
It is like a chickadee, only singing.
Fine.
Also, in poems is a lark. Ha, ha, could be a lark.
Oh, never mind. Look, please. Against the lark. What about your daily newspaper?
I am only enjoying the gossiping.
You mean the gossip columnist?
Over they are having blasted events.
Yeah.
Orchards they are giving.
Right.
Always somebody is twisting.
Yeah.
Or personalities is making wisecrackles.
Wisecrack, eh?
Hoot Snort is saying to Fred Allen in Menace Chicken Shack,
yeah,
a bird in the hand could get in gravy on the sleeve.
Oh, Fred Allen, you say?
He's on the radio.
Oh.
He is, you should excuse the expression, a comedian.
Oh, I do you ever hear this Allen on the radio?
Every Sunday night I'm tuning in.
Yes?
I am hearing the program Up to Titus Moody.
And then?
Some snook is knocking on my door.
Oh. Reading all these gossip items, do you ever find any mistakes?
Only one.
I see.
Walter Winfield is printing. What dazzling dazzling glamour puss is with Pierre Nussbaum at the Menashe Skolnick opening.
What was the mistake?
That's nice, but Pierre is no dazzling glamour puss.
Well, who was with Pierre?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that brings us to Mr. Cassidy's candidate. I wonder what awaits us here at Mr. Cassidy's.
How do you do?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, what about this newspaper question?
Ain't you going to ask me how I feel?
Oh, say that's right. How do you feel?
It's none of your business.
All right, never mind you. How do you feel about newspapers?
Oh, they're dangerous, my boy.
Really?
It's because of a newspaper this very minute me Uncle Martin's nephew lies at death's door.
Well, what happened?
Well, Martin brought his nephew over from Ireland.
I see.
The boy was called Dull David Dineen.
Dull David, eh?
Oh, you could put his brain in a thimble, you'd have room enough left for your thumb.
Uh-huh.
He came over on a cattle boat. For 2 weeks after Dull David got off the cattle boat, he walked on all fours.
Well, how did you get him to stand on 2 feet?
Me Uncle Martin ran at him with a stick. And when Dull David reared up, me uncle ran around behind him and tightened his suspenders.
That's it. You say the boy was stupid?
Stupid? Oh, Martin lived in Brooklyn. He explained to Dull David all about the subway.
I see.
The neighbors, the next time they caught Dull David going down into a sewer, he thought it was Canal Street.
But what about the newspaper?
Well, last week, me Uncle Martin sent Dull David out to get the evening paper.
I see.
He disappeared completely.
Disappeared?
3 days later, they found Dull David lying a crumpled heap in Prospect Park near the birdhouse.
Gosh.
He was scratched from head to toe, and his hands was full of feathers.
Feathers and scratched? What newspaper was Dull David sent out for?
The Brooklyn Eagle.
Well, we leave Dull David at death's door and turn to the 5 DeMarco sisters, with Maestro Al Goodman conducting his Pier 6 Philharmonic. The DeMarco sing Huggin' and Chalkin'.
Got a gal that's mighty sweet, big blue eyes and tiny feet. Her name is Rosa Monkey, and she tips the scale at 303 But ain't it grand to have a girl so big and fast? And when you go to hug her, you don't know where you're at. You have to take a piece of chalk in your hand. But look, come on, to see where you began. One day, I was a hugging, hugging away when I met another fella with some chalk in his hand. Coming around the other way. Nobody ever said that I'm weak.
The bones don't ache, my joints don't creak.
But I grow absolutely limp
every time I kiss my baby lip.
One day I was a hugging and a talking and a talking and a hugging away when I met another fella with some chalk in his hand. Coming around the other way, hugging and talking. Coming around the other way,
around the mountain,
hugging, talking, hugging and a talking away.
And now a gentleman to verify today's date.
March 2nd, so it's time to begin looking for that corner that spring is just around. Spring, summer, fall, and winter, Tenderleaf Tea-Balls are the all-American favorite. You'll find a great many good reasons for that. First of all, finer tea, more flavor in your cup, because it's famous for flavored Tenderleaf brand tea. And then, cleanliness. Your Tenderleaf Tea-Ball comes to the table in a sanitary envelope. No hands have ever touched it. You don't touch it yourself. A long string attached to the Tea-Ball has a tag on the other end. And this feature is so ingeniously arranged that simply lifting the tag opens the envelope. The long string carries the Tea-Ball to the cup, still untouched. The clean white filter paper is absolutely tasteless, insoluble too, so there's nothing to mar your pleasure in the goodness of the Tenderleaf tea itself.
No wonder they outsell all other kinds. Tenderleaf T-balls are better in every way. Your grocer has boxes of 8, 16, 48, and 100. Ask him for Tenderleaf brand T-balls.
You have just heard a musical clue. The correct answer to what song was that is I'll Close My Eyes. It was played by Maestro Al Goodman, and 25 reasons why this is not an all-musical program. Say, Portland.
Yes?
Will you get me a glass of water, please? I want to take another Alka-Seltzer.
Well, you've taken 10 already. Is something wrong?
No, I was on the Quiz Kids program this afternoon. The kid's sponsor gave me some samples. His 10,000 tablet Get Acquainted kit. I'm just getting acquainted.
Are the Quiz Kids going to be on your program this year?
Well, they may try to squeeze me in, Portland. The Quiz Kids are living in Brentano's window. You know, their new book, The Quiz Kids, just came out.
Have you a copy?
I certainly have, and what I went through to get my copy.
What happened?
Well, Friday, I was home writing the script for tonight's program, and out of no place, there was a knock on the door. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, the Quiz Kids. Say, Joel Tupperman, you're the only one I remember from last year.
I know, Mr. Allen. These are all new Quiz Kids.
All new, fine. Well, tell me, who are you types?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at the Field School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
Well, glad to meet you, Lonnie.
I'm Naomi Cook. I'm 8 years old and in the 4th grade at the Grover Cleveland School, Chicago.
Well, it's a pleasure, Naomi.
I'm Jack Rooney. I'm 14 years old and a sophomore at Loyola Academy in Chicago.
Good, Jack.
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 10 years old.
Well, you don't have to introduce yourself, Joel.
That's right. We've met before, haven't we?
Yes, we sure have, Joel. Remember the good old days? Tell me, what ever became of the old Quiz Kids? Remember? Harvey Fishman, Bob Burke, Richard Williams.
It's terrible, Mr. Allen. They grew up.
Well, that's what happened to me, Joel. I grew up, and look at me.
That's what I said. It's terrible.
It sure is. Well, kids, how come you're calling on me?
We brought you a copy of our new book. It's called The Quiz Kids.
Here it is, Mr. Allen.
There's a chapter in it about you.
A chapter about me? Gosh, thanks, kids. Say, how about some ice cream, sodas, or candy?
It's all right, Mr. Allen. The book is yours. There aren't any strings attached.
No. Not like the Tenderleaf tea, is it? Well, tell me, how about letting me take you kids sightseeing while you're here in New York?
We've been sightseeing all week, Mr. Allen.
Really? Say, what did you see, Naomi?
I spent most of my time at the Met. I'm an old opera fan.
An old opera fan, eh? Tell me, what impressed you most, Lonnie?
I saw Mayor LaGuardia on the street.
And seeing Mayor LaGuardia impressed you?
Yes, I'm taller than he is.
Well, that's true. Jack, what gave you your biggest thrill here in New York?
I'm getting it right now, Mr. Allen, being on your program.
Oh, Jack, don't tell me you're getting a kick out of seeing little old wrinkled me.
No, sir. Senator Claghorn.
Jack, you mean?
I'm from South Chicago.
Oh. Well, I guess you quiz kids are having a lot of fun traveling around the country and broadcasting your program from different cities?
Yep, we're having a swell time, Mr. Allen.
Say, Jack, you and Naomi and Lonnie are new to radio. Tell me, how do you like it?
It's keen.
I think it's super.
It's wonderful.
Say, what is your favorite radio program?
Jack Benny.
These children have been tampered with, I'm afraid. Well, we'll all be up at the district attorney's office before this night is over. Joel, tell me, why do you like Jack Benny?
He was very generous to me in Hollywood.
Benny was generous?
Yes, when I was living at his house.
Yes?
Mr. Benny gave me the weekly rate.
Oh, the weekly rate. He rarely does that. Fine. Naomi?
I like Mr. Benny because he was so sweet to me.
Benny, sweet?
Yes. The first time I met him, he asked for a lock of my hair.
Really?
He's still wearing it.
Oh, that's why Benny uses those little bobby pins. I often wonder. Lonnie, why do you like this character?
Well, if it wasn't for Mr. Benny, I wouldn't be playing the piano today.
Why not?
My mother wanted me to study the violin.
I see.
One night she heard Mr. Benny play.
Yes?
Next day I started taking piano lessons.
Well, what about you, Jack?
I like Mr. Benny.
Why?
Got me there.
Oh, you got me, too. Well, tell me now, what other radio programs do you kids like?
We all like mystery programs, Mr. Allen.
Oh, you mean like Mr. and Mrs. North and Murder at Midnight?
Yes, they're real exciting.
Boy, I'd like to be on one of those mystery programs.
Me, too.
Hey, I'll bet you quiz kids could do a swell mystery program.
We sure would like to try, Mr. Allen.
I imagine you were so frightened at the line you almost didn't read it. I imagine, Naomi, I imagine if you kids did a mystery show, it would sound something like this. Good evening, murder lovers. Our mystery tonight is called Mayhem in the Penthouse, or the millionaire knew he couldn't take it with him, but he didn't know he was leaving it so soon. The characters in our play are, first, a wealthy millionaire.
I am Bascom J. Rooney, the lumber king. At the age of 3, I began saving the sticks for my lollipops. When I was 40, I cornered the lollipop stick market and made a sucker out of the candy industry.
The woman in the case?
I am Fifi LaCoupe. Young, fascinating, and talented. I'm starting my career as a singer. Once the world hears me, Hildegard is through. Next part?
A music composer.
I am Hoagie Lundy. Seated here at my piano, I've written hit after hit. My latest song is Draw a hearty laugh from the slide trombone. Let the clarinet give with the morning tone. Let the singer wail like she's left alone. You got blues, old brother, you got blues. Let that old piano play us up on those black keys. Let the drummer beat a tempo muffled as the blues. Take the whole shebang, it's the best you can. Put an old silk hat on the leader man. Spread the spotlight on him and as you fast. You got blues, oh brother, you got blues.
And the master criminologist?
I am Commissioner Cupperman, formerly with Scotland Yard. I'll solve this crime or my name isn't Commissioner Cupperman, formerly with Scotland Yard.
And now the curtain rises on our mystery. We are in Hoagie Lundy's fabulous penthouse, looking up at the 3rd Avenue L. Hoagie at the piano has just finished playing the score of the musical comedy he has written for Fifi LaCoupe. Fifi, her eyes closed, speaks.
Oh, Hoagie.
You like it, my dear?
Hoagie, it's divine.
It's music from my heart, Fifi. I love you.
Hoagie, once the public hears me in your show,
you will be the toast of New York. And me, I'll be playing the piano in Fanny's Bowery Follies.
Never, Hoagie. I swear.
Yes, but I wonder if the millionaire Bascom J. Rooney will put up the money for my show.
We'll soon know. Bascom will be here any minute.
Come in.
Good evening, folks.
Ah, Mr. Bascom J. Rooney, the millionaire. Let me take your things.
Thank you. Careful with that Inverness. The lining is live mink. Ah, Fifi.
Bascom.
My dear, you look exquisite. Blue does something for you.
Oh, Bascom.
Well, Mr. Rooney, are you ready to hear the score of Fifi's show?
I'm a busy man, Hoagie. Fifi, Do you like the show?
Bascom, it's divine.
That's all I want to know. How much money do you need?
$200,000.
Take $400,000. Incidentals may come up. I'll make out a check. Here's my pen.
I'll go into the library and get a blotter.
Oh, Bascom, how can I ever thank you?
Tut, tut, Fifi, darling. Let me write this check.
Oh!
Bascom, it's dead.
Don't nobody move. This way. Come right in. This way, Commissioner.
Hannigan, see that no one leaves this room.
Okay, Chief.
I'll solve this crime when my name isn't Commissioner Tupperman, formerly with Scotland Yard.
Okay, Chief. Now, first, you want to grill the dame?
Right, Hannigan. Now, miss, what happened?
Well, Hoagie went into the library for a blotter. I was here chatting with Bascom. He was writing out a check when he shot me.
Too bad he didn't have a pen that could write under blood.
Chief, you're a panic.
Control yourself, Hannigan.
I'll try and hold in, Chief. Hey, this case is a cinch, Chief. They ain't got no butler here. The dame must have done it.
Preposterous. Why should I kill Bascom Rooney?
Yes, why kill the man who was going to launch your career?
Heavens, Commissioner. How did you know that?
I am Commissioner Tupperman, formerly with Scotland Yard.
There's your answer, miss. Chief, this Hoagie character might have bumped him off.
How could I have done it? I was in the library and the door was closed.
Chief, it's an open and shut case. Hoagie opened the door and shot him.
I think you got something there, Hannigan. I'll examine the body.
Good. Well, what do you deduce, Chief?
The bullet entered the head at a 45-degree angle. Are you with me, Hannigan?
Check, Chief.
Along X to equal the muzzle velocity of the gun and Y the trajectory of the bullet, we get the fulcrum that gives us the hypotenuse. Check, Hannigan?
You lost me in the middle of that second sentence. Well, Chief, what's your solution?
Trigonometry proves that the shot came from the library. Impossible. I was in the library and the door was closed.
And there ain't no bullet holes in the door either, Chief.
Examine the keyhole, Hannigan.
Keepers, the Chief is right again. Outside the keyhole, powder mark.
Exactly. The shot was fired through the keyhole. Hoagie Lundy, you killed Bascom Rooney.
If the Chief's got you, Hoagie, you better come clean.
All right, I confess. I did it.
Oh, Hoagie, why did you do it?
I knew once Bascom back the show, Fifi would become a big star. Too big for a struggling young musician like me. I did it, and I'm glad. You hear? Glad.
Chief, I gotta say it, you're a genius.
I know it. Come on, Hoagie. You get the high chair for this.
Please, Commissioner, I love Hoagie. You can't take him away.
All right, Hoagie, you can go.
Oh, Chief, there you go again. Every time we catch a murderer, you let him go.
I know, Hannigan. That's why I'm Commissioner Tupperman. No longer with Scotland Yard.
Before I remind you to remember Shepherd cheese and tenderleaf tea on your shopping days, I want to thank the Quiz Kids for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Broadway's favorite comedian, Milton Berle. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.